Chapter 126. The reconstruction of the Taoist heart at this moment. In Luo Fan's mind, all the memories from his birth to the present were still flowing. It was as if he was reliving every minute and every second from his birth to the present, and re-choosing every choice he had to make. However, he was not like at the beginning, where he had to relive every moment, every matter, and every choice he made thousands of times. In fact, the number had become 2. Only the choice of the absolute good or the absolute evil self was left. This was the truth of the thousands of self-struggles in Luo Fan's sea of consciousness, the essence of the struggle. If one of the 2 selves, good or evil, were to emerge victorious, then there would only be one option left, the self that represented victory. At that time, these memories that were completely inconsistent with the facts would become Luo Fan's real memories, which meant that Luo Fan would become another person, and the original Luo Fan would no longer exist. Logically speaking, these choices that were inconsistent with the facts and everything that were inconsistent with the facts were logically illogical. If Luo Fan's Taoist heart had not collapsed and he could still analyze with a clear mind, then he would definitely be able to easily find the mistakes, and thus discover that these choices were not the choices he had made at that time, and he would know that these selves were not his real self. However, just like a dreamer who never knew that he was dreaming, the current Luo Fan, even though there were huge flaws in these memories, and even though these experiences seemed absurd, he did not feel any abnormality at all. He did not feel that these were not his real memories at all. Okay. In order to end the struggle between us in the Trillion Yuan Association, I have thought of a way. We don't have to die, and you can continue to restrict me from devouring the untainted land. Black Luo Fan looked at White Luo Fan and said, I don't believe you. White Luo Fan was very straightforward. You must have thought of this method. If you don't believe me, you can tell me. Black Luo Fan was not surprised at all. He was the embodiment of evil. Lying, deceiving, and breaking promises had always been his nature, although it had only been an instant in the outside world. Between the real and the illusory, these 2 selves have been fighting for billions of years. After fighting for such a long time, their understanding of each other had already reached an unimaginable level. That was why such a strange conversation had taken place. I have indeed thought of a way. However, the drawbacks of this method are too great. I don't think it is advisable. White Luo Fan said lightly, Do we have a choice? Either we die together or we live together. If there are any drawbacks, we can slowly make up for it in the future. If we die now, there will be nothing left, Black Luo Fan said. All right, let's fuse then, Bai Luo Fan said decisively. As he said this, he charged straight at Black Luo Fan. Black Luo Fan's eyes flashed. When he saw that White Luo Fan still had countless means of defense hidden around him, he knew that White Luo Fan did not completely believe him. Moreover, there was not enough time, so he did not have much time to think. He could only jump and charge at White Luo Fan. The 2 of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already gathered together. The moment they were about to touch, the 2 of them released their defenses and their hearts at the same time. They suddenly collided. In an instant, gray light flashed. The entire shattered world of the sea of consciousness suddenly turned into a gray world. Even the originally grayish-brown spirit gradually turned gray. The fusion that Black and White Luo Fan mentioned did not mean that the 2 selves had completely combined and become one self. How could one self make 2 choices at the same time for the same thing? This fusion was the combination of their 2 selves, forming a state similar to that of a schizophrenic. 2 selves, 2 personalities existed at the same time, but one was hidden and the other was visible, alternating. The black and white selves collided, and the colors blended together. In the blink of an eye, a gray Luo Fan was formed. 2 voices came from the gray Luo Fan's body. One of the voices said, From now on, you will control the day, and I will control the night. Let's see who can obtain the stronger power in the shortest time, destroy the other party, and truly occupy the body. That was Black Luo Fan's voice. That's fair. I will definitely obtain enough power to restrain you. This was White Luo Fan's voice. At this moment, the warning of madness suddenly appeared in the depths of Luo Fan's mind. The two selves of absolute good and absolute evil intertwined, forming an image in his mind. Every time point, everything, and every choice in his memory became normal. He no longer experienced everything twice, but just continued to develop according to the normal order of time. However, these experiences and these choices were not his own experiences or his own choices. Instead, they formed two extremes alternating. One thing was absolute good, and the next thing was absolute evil. One moment was absolute good, and the next moment was absolute evil. This was obviously not Luo Fan's real self, and this would soon become Luo Fan's real memory. This change might make Luo Fan look like he had reshaped his Taoist heart and escaped from the state of Qigong deviation. But for the remaining clarity in the depths of Luo Fan's mind, his life was greatly threatened, and he might die immediately. In an instant, Luo Fan's super-strong survival instinct as an innate god broke out. The irregularities that caused his death were instantly detected by him. These irregularities were naturally the illogical omissions in the memory that formed his new self. This process was like a person who was dreaming suddenly felt that his life was threatened, and suddenly felt that the dream was so absurd. If it was a dream, the dreamer would wake up at this time. However, Luo Fan was not in a style. He was immersed in his own choices. Although he already felt the absurdity in his memory, he could not wake up at all. Instead, the clarity in the depths of his mind was instantly immersed in his memory. From the very beginning of his memory, from the moment he was born, he re-experienced his whole life. The clarity that could still be maintained at this time, of course, represented the core of Luo Fan's mind, the purest and most condensed life imprint. It did not contain any memory, but was the purest state of Luo Fan. It was like a real baby, born again, learning to speak, learn to walk, go to school again, fall in love again. Then, it traveled through time and cultivated again. In this process, every choice he made gave him a similar feeling as if he had experienced it before. Moreover, in the process of every choice he made, there was a kind of strange power that made him make different choices. But there was also a strange feeling that if he made a different choice, the consequences would be unimaginable. In this kind of torment, this bit of core finally went through more than a yuan hui of minutes and seconds, and finally came to the sun. Finally, entered the center of the sun through the crypt, and finally recognized the power of Pangu again. I see. In an instant, a kind of enlightenment appeared in Luo Fan's mind. With this enlightenment, a vague self appeared in the world of Luo Fan's sea of consciousness. This was the real self of Luo Fan. It was not the most kind, not the most evil, not the most stubborn, not the most insane, but it contained all these characteristics with the appearance of this vague self. The process of the whole sea of consciousness collapsing stopped in an instant. The Buzhou mountain that was formed by the spirit also stopped collapsing in an instant. It was as if time had stopped completely at this moment. Although it could cause such a mysterious change, this vague self was not strong. Although it had endless means, in front of the gray Luo Fan, it was as weak as a baby. Finally, I have appeared. The gray Luo Fan looked at the vague self and said with two voices mixed together, as if every word was mixed with the echoes it produced. Retreat for me. The heart of this fuzzy Luo Fan surged with anger from being desecrated, and he roared. Along with this roar, the whole sea of consciousness produced an extremely terrifying pressure that pressed down on the gray Luo Fan. Back off? Why should I back off? The corners of the gray Luo Fan's mouth pulled up into a strange smile, as if he was a hunter observing the prey that came to him. I am the real one. You are all illusory. I am a master of this body. I am the self that grew up through countless events and memories. Luo Fan roared. What is real and what is illusory? Are the personalities and cells that are produced from real memories and real events real? Are the selves that are produced from illusory memories and illusory times real? Then why do our illusory personalities and illusory selves appear? The Grey Luo fans still use two voices to ask at the same time. Then why are our illusory selves countless times stronger than your real self? The Grey Luo fan paused for a moment and suddenly roared. The gray light that filled the heaven and earth suddenly gathered toward the vague Luo fan and suddenly pressed down. The sea of consciousness could not bear that kind of pressure. Instantly, countless tiny space cracks appeared around Luo fan's body, and countless space fragments appeared. At the same time, the vague Luo fan instantly bent over, as if he was being pressed down by a mountain that weighed hundreds of millions of tons. There is no difference between illusory and real. Illusory is real. Real is illusory. The Grey Luo fan roared again. He dashed forward and came to the front of Luo fan, as if he had teleported. He did not use any magic arts, but only his physical strength. He raised his hand and punched upward, hitting Luo fan's chin. Like a cannonball, Luo fan shot up into the sky and instantly turned into tiny blurry light spots. We have real pursuits, and we yearn for real life. Compared with us, what qualifications do you, a muddle-headed walking corpse, have to occupy the real? The Grey Luo fan flashed to the top of Luo fan, and with a roar, he held it with both hands, raised it high, and smashed it down with all his strength. Boom! Luo fan was smashed into the ground without any ability to resist. Walking corpse. Walking corpse. I see. Luo fan, who was smashed into the ground, was not depressed at all. Instead, he showed a smile of understanding. So, this is the reason why my Taoist heart collapsed. Ha ha, I see. His smile became brighter and brighter, and finally turned into laughter. His loud voice resounded in the whole sea of consciousness. Chapter 127. Perfect Taoist Heart. Divine soul mutation. As this mysterious spiritual light burst out and flashed, the gray light that was originally released from the Grey Luo fan and filled the entire sea of consciousness quickly retreated as soon as it came into contact with the spiritual light and was gradually compressed. After a while, it could only wrap the Grey Luo fan. A bit of inexplicable enlightenment constantly flashed in Luo fan's heart. The reason why my Taoist heart collapsed so easily is that there is still confusion in my heart. In the blink of an eye, Luo fan already knew the essential reason why his Taoist heart collapsed this time. When he saw the power of Pangu and saw that he was like an ant in front of Pangu, he was shocked too much. That was only the surface reason, and it was because of this essential reason: faith, pursuit, and goal. These three were what Luo fan lacked at this time. When he transmigrated from the future Earth to the untainted land, Luo fan was just an innate god who did not transform and only knew how to wander around the untainted land in a muddle-headed manner. What goal, what pursuit, what belief were all just nothingness. As for the cultivation after that, it could be said that it was almost a matter of course for him. Although he also spent a lot of effort, it was more because of one thought. What was he going to do if he did not cultivate after coming to the untainted land and did not seek great magic power and great ability? In addition, he did not have a clear understanding of his own pursuit, his own faith, and the goal he sought in his life. He did not think about it all. Seriously speaking, the essence of the Luo fan after cultivation was not very different from the previous Pishio. They did not know what level they wanted to reach in the end, and what they wanted to do after reaching that level. The impact of this lack of faith and confusion was not the kind of abstract spiritual temperament, nor was it just the pain of moaning in the empty heart. In fact, the impact of this lack of faith and confusion was almost everywhere in his every action and decision. It affected everything about him. The reason was very simple: because he did not know what he wanted in the end. He did not know what he wanted to do after he cultivated so hard and finally reached the peak. Therefore, in the depths of his heart, there was a faint fear. He was afraid that if he continued to cultivate like this, what should he do when he reached the end of his cultivation, when he could no longer cultivate? Would he lose interest in living because he could not find anything after cultivating to the peak? The existence of this subconscious would make him secretly slow down his cultivation speed without even being aware of it. With this influence, one could imagine how firm his mind could be and how fast his cultivation could be. I want to see the world I was born and grew up in again. I want to see my father and mother again. I want to see if they are well. As he re-experienced his entire life from birth to now, Luo Fan gradually discovered how important the things he had ignored before were to him. This caused a firm idea to gradually appear in his heart. As soon as this thought formed, his originally vague self that could collapse at any time instantly became extremely clear. The spiritual light emitted from this vague self broke through the gray light emitted by the gray Luo Fan and submerged the gray Luo Fan like a wave. The gray Luo Fan was washed by this mysterious spiritual light. His face revealed a look of fear, relief, and even relaxation. In an instant, he turned into tiny fragments and exploded, creating a huge mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. However, in the blink of an eye, it was suppressed by the spiritual light and calmed down. The mysterious spiritual light swept through the entire sea of consciousness, and in the blink of an eye, the sea of consciousness that was originally collapsing quickly calmed down. In the surroundings of the sea of consciousness world, the space that had been devoured by the grayish mist was reborn. The entire sea of consciousness world, which had shrunk to half its original size, was rapidly recovering and expanding. Its volume grew larger and larger, and the speed at which it was expanding grew faster and faster. This newly formed and incomparably firm what was the core belief of Luo Fan. This was his lifelong pursuit. It was the goal that he was willing to abandon everything and endure all the unbearable pain and loneliness for. This was also the core of Luo Fan's Tao heart. The Tao heart was a very mysterious existence. It was between reality and illusion. It existed, but it couldn't be found in any of his body, soul, sea of consciousness, spiritual power, or earthly immortal's Tao fruit. It didn't exist, but it was the cornerstone that supported his body, soul, sea of consciousness, spiritual power, and earthly immortal's Tao fruit. This could be easily seen from the result of the collapse of his Tao heart. The essence of the Tao heart was, in fact, just a bit of will that carried out all his actions and thoughts. The more stable the Tao heart was, the more determined this bit of will was. The bit of will that supported Luo Fan's Tao heart seemed simple. However, in fact, to achieve this goal, what he needed to do was probably much more than attaining the primordial chaos Tao fruit. If the Earth had developed from the primordial world over countless years later, such a huge and mysterious, untainted world would actually become such a small, tiny Earth. Even a fool would be able to imagine the battles that had taken place and the changes that had happened during that period of time. If he did not have a long lifespan, an extremely powerful cultivation level, and accurate calculations, it would be a dream. If the Earth was in another world that was completely different from the primordial world, it would be even more troublesome. At that time, if he wanted to find the Earth, he had to have an earth-shattering cultivation level. He had to have a cultivation level that could break through the primordial world and walk freely in the chaos. He also had to have an extremely long lifespan. Only then could he find the world where the Earth was in the endless chaos. Therefore, no matter what the situation was, it required Luo Fan to continuously pursue strength. It required Luo Fan to raise his cultivation level to a level that the primordial world could not withstand. From his point of view, Pangu was just a relatively tall stone blocking his way. It was necessary to surpass him, according to such a lofty and completely heartfelt core to reconstruct his Tao heart. Luo Fan suddenly felt that his thoughts were extremely smooth. The laughter became louder and louder, and his self gradually floated out of the ground. It kept rising, and kept approaching the center of the sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he had already integrated into the Buzhou mountain in the center without any obstruction. With the integration of this clear self, the originally chaotic memories in Luo Fan's mind gradually returned to normal. Every trace and every inch of these flowing memories had been restored to his true memories. They represented the real truth. Every choice he had made was completely in line with every choice he had made in the past. At the same time, the Buzhou mountain in the sea of consciousness suddenly shook violently. The vibration was very mysterious. It was not the kind of vibration that was about to collapse and could not be withstood. Instead, it seemed to be growing and transforming. Along with the vibration, countless mountain rocks suddenly collapsed and fell from the Buzhou mountain. As the mountain rocks collapsed and fell, the entire sea of consciousness did not shake. Instead, it became even more stable and unbreakable. The space that was reopened due to the illumination of the spiritual light expanded to its original limit. It continued to expand in all directions, causing the sea of consciousness to expand continuously. After a while, the transformation of the entire Buzhou mountain that was formed by the divine soul finally stopped. However, at this time, the Buzhou mountain had already turned into a very strange shape. It was no longer like the previous shrunken Buzhou mountain. Instead, it had turned into a strange S-shaped mountain peak. The top and bottom of this mountain peak were almost the same size. From a certain angle, it looked like a heavenly pillar that extended from the ground of the sea of consciousness and pierced into the endless void above. With this change, the desolate and unyielding feeling of the mountain peak became even more intense and intense. It was almost no weaker than the real Buzhou mountain. Moreover, there was an inexplicable, complicated, and unshakable feeling that made this aura even more powerful and shocking. Moreover, every rock on this mountain peak, every rise and fall, seemed to contain some kind of profound principle containing endless great Tao. If there was a creature that could obtain the image of this mountain peak, then as long as he visualized it in his mind, it would be an extremely mysterious and peerless cultivation method, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, refining the body, and immortality. Everything would come naturally. In the instant that the mountain peak changed, Luo Fan felt that his mind had received an indescribable upgrade. His body, once again, was under his control. With a slight movement of his mind, the spiritual power that was rampaging and destroying his body suddenly calmed down. In an instant, it returned to his lower abdomen. With a sudden turn, it condensed into a mysterious and indescribable earthly immortal fruit of the way that contained endless mysteries. After the fruit of the way was formed, it slightly vibrated several times. There was no flash of any power, but the body that was originally destroyed beyond recognition instantly returned to normal. In fact, it was even tougher than usual. At this time, the world in his sea of consciousness had also undergone a huge change. The degree of stability was more than twice as strong as before. Its area had increased to a radius of 540,000 miles, and its height had increased along with the change of the spirit to 54,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by more than 10%. He slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, it was as if two incomparably deep worlds had appeared in his eyes. Then, they disappeared in an instant and once again turned into deep darkness. However, compared to before, there was now an incomparably firm resolve. It was the resolve that he had determined his goal, determined his belief, determined his pursuit, and was willing to give up everything for it. After the reconstruction, Luo Fan's Taoist heart had become even firmer, and the huge flaw had completely disappeared. At this time, looking at the center of the giant sun again and feeling the terrifying power that it revealed, although he was still shocked, he no longer had the self-doubt and self-denial. Chapter 128. Pangu, Heavenly Pupil. I didn't expect to be saved by the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Could it be that it's really the will of the heavens? Luo Fan thought back for a while and knew everything that had happened when his Tao heart had collapsed. He understood the source of the clarity in the depths of his heart, even in the worst situation. After sighing, Luo Fan calculated with his fingers and could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. It turned out that the time from the collapse of his Taoist heart to now was not just a moment like he felt, but 9 days and 9 nights had passed. When he understood this, he naturally understood how dangerous it was for him to suffer from qi deviation. If he was a little later, then perhaps his body and soul would completely collapse. 9 was the limit of numbers, and the various tribulations in the primordial world coincided with this number under the effect of some sort of mysterious mechanism. With a slight thought, his earthly immortal fruit of Wei shook slightly and turned back into a magical power, which kept flowing inside his body. As the magical power flowed, the strong pressure of the three-dimensional talisman was instantly isolated by him and disappeared without a trace. Pangu's left eye, the untainted sun. Perhaps there will be another opportunity for me here. Luo Fan raised his eyes to look at the huge, three-dimensional talisman in front of him and thought to himself. A mysterious mantra flowed through his mind. Then his eyes suddenly shot out 2 huge beams of golden light, covering the huge, spherical, three-dimensional talisman in front of him. This was the magical power that he comprehended from the legendary Heavenly Eye, which could see through the origin and see through the formation. However, the divine ability he was using now was more than 10 times stronger than before. This magical power was closely related to his Taoist heart. The more stable his Taoist heart was, the greater the power of this magical power. The 2 huge beams of golden light kept moving along with his eyes. Under the control of his mind, the spherical three-dimensional talisman with a diameter of 49,000 miles was constantly reflected into his mind and into his memory. Unfortunately, the three-dimensional seal in the center of the sun was too complicated and abstruse. If it was any other three-dimensional talisman, after such a long time, Luo Fan would have definitely analyzed the origin of the three-dimensional talisman and even deduced a higher level of change. But now, even if he had completely absorbed this three-dimensional talisman into his memory, he still felt that it was rather profound and contained boundless profundities. However, he was utterly unable to analyze the principle behind it, and he couldn't even analyze what kind of power it possessed. Good. Luo Fan was not bothered by this setback. Instead, he was quite happy. He withdrew the ability that could see through the source, and an even more profound and complicated mantra flowed through his mind. The magic power inside his body, which contained 388,800 magic power units, was drawn by a mysterious force. It suddenly rushed out of his hands and circled around his body in mysterious trajectories, as if it was forming some kind of indescribable thing. As the light flickered and swirled, these 388,800 magic power units, which were shaped like Buzhou Mountain, had already formed an extremely complicated three-dimensional formation in the space created by the Wuji Palace. This three-dimensional formation was in the shape of a mysterious fruit. It was constantly expanding and contracting, changing constantly. It was like a heart that was pulsating. This was an earth immortal fruit of Tao, magnified countless times. After this enlarged version of the earth immortal fruit of Tao appeared, 388,800 three-dimensional talismans suddenly emitted a bright and dazzling grayish-brown light. Starting from a mysterious position in the center, the light was transmitted to every three-dimensional talisman in the entire formation, as if some kind of information was being exchanged quickly. The Earth Immortal Heavenly Traversing Formation was the name of this strange formation. This formation was extremely profound, and it was a grand formation that Luo Fan had comprehended from the structure of his earthly immortal Tao fruit. This grand formation was neither offensive nor defensive, but it possessed an extremely inconceivable power, the ability to deduce everything. Whether it was a cultivation method, formation, talisman, magic formula, magic power, or the past or the future, this formation had the ability to deduce everything. At this moment, Luo Fan was going to use this Earth immortal heavenly traversing formation to deduce the power of the three-dimensional talisman in the center of the sun, deduce the principle, and deduce the secrets contained in it. Luo Fan slowly closed his eyes as he sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. His mind completely fused with the formation, and his body gradually exuded an omniscient and omniscient aura. This image, this temperament, and the grayish-brown light emitted by the formation, as well as the purplish-yellow light emitted by the Wuji Palace outside the formation, made Luo Fan look like a supreme god that suppressed the past, present, and future. Sacred, mysterious, and filled with endless majesty. As his mind was connected with this formation, Luo Fan instantly felt that he was suddenly enlightened. His originally extremely fast thinking suddenly sped up countless times. Problems that would have taken him several days to figure out now only took him a moment to figure out. Principles that he could not understand, no matter how hard he racked his head, now only needed a glance to completely understand, and he could even develop it in depth. This feeling was so wonderful that he was almost addicted to it. Fortunately, his newly reconstructed Taoist heart was so stable that it was almost unbreakable. It made him very clear-headed about what he should do. This made him instantly break away from that wonderful feeling. Using his mind, he threw the memory of the huge three-dimensional talisman in the center of the whole sun into the formation. With the help of the magical power of the formation, he tried hard to deduce the mystery within. Although the power of the Earth Immortal's heavenly escape formation was strong, it also consumed a lot of energy. Compared to the yin-yang test method, it consumed tens of thousands of times more energy. This was also the reason why Luo Fan was usually not willing to use this method to deduce. Feeling the energy in the magic power units rapidly flowing away, Luo Fan felt a slight heartache. Almost every second consumed the energy that he could absorb for 1 or 2 days. With a slight thought, the purplish-yellow light emitted by the Wuji Palace suddenly rotated, and an extremely powerful suction was generated out of nowhere. It tore the endless solar true fire and the essence of the sun in the center of the sun, and poured them into the Earth Immortal's heavenly escape formation, turning them into the driving force of the formation to deduce the mystery of the three-dimensional talisman. With the addition of the solar true fire and the essence of the sun, the speed of energy flowing away in the magic power units in the shape of Buzhou Mountain was greatly reduced. This made Luo Fan feel quite relieved. Although the power of the Earth Immortal's heavenly escape formation was mysterious, the process of deduction was quite boring, and it also took a long time to deduce. Luo Fan's Taoist heart was firm, so he did not feel disobedient. He put his mind into the Earth Immortal's heavenly escape formation, and carefully sensed the entire boring process of the formation's deduction. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, although the Wuji Palace was constantly absorbing the endless solar true fire and the essence of the sun to replenish the consumption and serve as the driving force. However, as the cornerstone of the formation, the 388,800 three-dimensional talismans in the shape of Buzhou Mountain were also constantly being consumed. In 3 months, more than 10% of the energy in his body that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years had been consumed. This 10% consumption was enough to support at least 10 innate gods to achieve the Earth Immortal's Tao fruit from zero. After consuming such a huge amount of energy, Luo Fan no longer felt any pain or discomfort. Because, after 3 months of continuous deduction, the deduction result of the Earth Immortal's heavenly escape formation was out. Moreover, it had greatly exceeded the deduction result that Luo Fan had expected. Panga Chaotic Sky, left part. What the Earth Immortal's heavenly escape formation deduced was not just the mystery of the three-dimensional talisman, but a mysterious cultivation method that contained endless mysteries. A cultivation method that could allow any living creature to cultivate the Pangu Chaotic Sky. Luo Fan raised his hand and waved gently, instantly dispersing the Earth Immortal's heavenly escape formation. It once again turned into a stream of magic power that rushed into his body and quickly circulated inside his meridians. While absorbing the endless solar true fire and the essence of the sun to replenish the consumption of the 3 months, it also eliminated the mysterious pressure in the center of the sun. He did not control the circulation of the magic power. He raised his hand and grabbed the air, and a huge amount of solar true fire condensed in front of him. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of complicated and abstruse characters and thousands of complex and abstract patterns appeared in front of him. The words Pangu Chaotic Sky, left part, appeared above the huge characters and patterns, twisting and changing, as if it contained the infinite Tao of heaven and earth. Just these complicated and profound words were already giving off an incomparably profound aura, producing some kind of extremely strange, invisible power that constantly pushed away the endless solar true fire and great sun essence, forming a vacuum with a circumference of several tens of feet. This cultivation method is even more mysterious than the Tao of Fruit of Wei. Luo Fan only glanced at the cultivation method and knew its level. The Pangu Chaotic Sky was the eye of Pangu. Let's not talk about its power. The untainted world and the endless starry sky were all created by Pangu. Pangu was the supreme existence in the untainted world and the endless starry sky. Even the name Pangu contains some of the most mysterious secrets of the untainted world. The eye of Pangu, even if it was just the most ordinary eye, even if it was originally just the eye of an ordinary person, naturally had all kinds of incredible power. It could see the sky above, look down into the 9 serenities, see through the origin, look back into the past, look into the future, and so on and so forth. All the unimaginable powers were just instincts to it. Moreover, could the eye of the great god Pangu, who could split the sky and the earth, be the eye of an ordinary person? It could be said that for cultivators, if they could cultivate the Pangu Chaotic Sky, the significance was absolutely no less than refining a connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. The impact on the path of cultivation was even more profound. It's a pity that this eye is so heaven-defying. It won't be easy to cultivate it. Luo Fan looked at the cultivation method and was speechless about the difficulty of cultivating it. Chapter 129. The Three-Legged Gold Crow and the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon. This is only the left part of this cultivation method, so there must be a right part. The sun is transformed from Pangu's left eye, so I can get the left part. The moon is transformed from Pangu's right eye, so if I want to get the right part, I need to go to the moon. Luo Fan waved his hand and dispersed the characters and patterns condensed from the essence sun fire, thinking. However, that was something he would do in the future. The cultivation of the Pangu Chaotic Heavenly Pupil, left part, required an enormous amount of essence, sun, fire, and essence of the sun. Cultivating in the center of the sun could never be as effective as cultivating in the center of the sun. Even if he wasn't in the sun, he would come here when he needed to cultivate. Now that he was in this holy land of cultivation, Luo Fan would surely not let go of such a good opportunity to cultivate this cultivation method. With a flicker of his mind, the Wuji Palace, which was tightly wrapping around his body to prevent his body from being burned by the endless sun true fire, slightly shook. Instantly, it teleported. In a blink of an eye, he had already crossed over 10,000 miles, coming to the center of the three-dimensional talisman formation. He floated in front of the layer of three-dimensional talisman formation, which was obviously brighter, denser, and more mysterious than the one outside. Through the previous 3 months of continuous deductions, Luo Fan had deduced the cultivation method and had also deduced the mystery of the three-dimensional talisman seal at the same time. Therefore, he knew that the center of the three-dimensional talisman, behind the complicated and mysterious layer of the three-dimensional talisman in front of him, was the most explosive and mysterious part of the three-dimensional talisman in the center of the sun. At the same time, it was also the part that was the most well-protected. If the living beings in the outside world didn't know the special way to enter it, what awaited them would be the endless attacks of all the energy in the sun. To any living beings in the primitive world, this kind of attack would be fatal. Luo Fan hovered there, sensing the faintly discernible terror one step away from him. The danger was strong enough to wipe him out like an ant. However, he didn't show any emotion on his face. He raised his hand and waved slightly. The essence, sun, fire, and essence of the sun around him gathered together, eventually turning into extremely condensed energy lines. In the blink of an eye, a strange door appeared in front of him. This was the method to enter the central part of the three-dimensional talisman that he had comprehended from the three-dimensional talisman. After the door was formed, Luo Fan did not stop and directly rushed in. The moment he passed through the door, he felt as if he had arrived in another world. The spherical space that seemed to be tens of thousands of miles in diameter on the outside was actually very narrow on the inside. With a rough visual inspection, he discovered that this space was many times smaller than it looked from the outside world. It was still a spherical space, but its diameter was only about 100,000 feet. However, although the volume of this spherical void had shrunk by an unknown number of times, the strength of the space within it was countless times stronger than the space outside. Moreover, the energy that filled this space was no longer the true fire of the sun and the essence of the sun. Instead, it was the endless chaotic energy. This chaotic energy continuously seeped out from every inch of the void, forming a gray fog in this space. In this space, it slowly circulated like ordinary fog. Endless chaotic energy seeped out through the surrounding three-dimensional talisman and turned into endless true fire of the sun and the essence of the sun, replenishing the energy that the sun was constantly dispersing. Sure enough, it is really compressing the void and recreating the mysteries. In this endless starry sky, a space similar to the untainted world can be created to nurture mysterious vitality. Luo Fan felt as if he had returned to the untainted world and praised in his heart. The endless starry sky was completely different from the untainted world. Although it was more mysterious and strange, the strength of the space was far less than that of the untainted world. This could be easily seen from the distance that Luo Fan had teleported with the Wuji Palace. Such a gap in the strength of space made it so that even if living beings were to be born in this endless starry sky, they could only be post-celestial beings. It was absolutely impossible for a real innate god to be born. The principle behind this was extremely mysterious and wonderful. Luo Fan's gaze swept across the space with a diameter of more than 100,000 feet. At a glance, he saw two clusters of light in the center of the space, like twins. They trembled in the center of the spherical space, as if they were nurturing an incomparably mysterious life force. As expected, there are congenital deities being nurtured. Luo Fan was slightly delighted. After determining his goal, he became even more enthusiastic about looking for new congenital deities, because finding new congenital deities could increase the possibility of him finding people who shared the same goal as him, and also allow him to make greater progress by communicating with them. This was a great temptation for Luo Fan, who was determined to surpass Pangu. With one step, Luo Fan had already crossed a distance of tens of thousands of feet and arrived in front of these two light balls, as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. With a thought, a profound mantra flowed through his mind. Two rays of golden light instantly shot out from his eyes and enveloped the two balls of light. In the blink of an eye, they had already illuminated the source of the two balls of light. Unfortunately, their spiritual consciousness is just a newborn. It will take at least more than 10,000 yuan hui for it to be fully formed. Luo Fan was a little disappointed when he saw through the origin of these two light balls. These two light balls were indeed nurturing congenital deities. However, now, these two congenital deities had only developed a little vague and muddled spiritual consciousness. They were even much weaker than the Pishio that Luo Fan had possessed in the past. If Luo Fan wanted to communicate with them, he still had to wait for a very long time. Just when Luo Fan was secretly disappointed, a horrible pressure suddenly emanated from these two light balls. Along with this pressure, two three-legged golden crows, each 1,000 feet tall, rushed out of the two light balls at the same time. Each of them let out a high-pitched cry and flew in a long arc, with an incomparably powerful momentum, directly pouncing on Luo Fan. What? Luo Fan was a little surprised, but a moment later, he was very happy. At the moment when these two golden crows appeared, he knew that these two three-legged golden crows were transformed by the instinct of the two congenital deities. Although the spiritual consciousness of these two congenital deities had just been formed, it was already quite powerful. Unexpectedly, the moment when Luo Fan peeped at their origin, they actually noticed it and stimulated their instinct. Their talent was automatically activated, and they exerted the strongest attack on Luo Fan. "Let me see what kind of divine sense you have on Earth," Luo Fan shouted softly. He took a step back, and in the blink of an eye, he had already retreated tens of thousands of feet. Then, he raised his hand and made a gesture. In an instant, an invisible force appeared out of thin air, constantly acting on the two gigantic golden crows and restricting their flight speed. The two golden crows, who were originally extremely fast, began to slow down. When the two golden crows arrived in front of Luo Fan, their speed had already slowed down, as if they were flying slowly. Ka! Being oppressed by the invisible force, the two golden crows were very angry, and they simultaneously raised their heads and let out a loud roar. Although it was a crow's cry, it was not unpleasant to hear. Instead, it was full of a strange majesty, as if an emperor who controlled heaven and earth was roaring to the sky to vent his anger. With these two loud roars, the invisible force that Luo Fan had casually set up was instantly broken. The two golden crows also continued to fiercely pounce towards Luo Fan. Their momentum was several times stronger than before, and the true fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun on them were even more intense. They were like two giant suns, extremely hot and extremely masculine. Interesting, Luo Fan smiled and raised his hand to grab at the air. An indescribably strong suction force was generated out of thin air. The endless chaotic energy in the surroundings continuously gathered towards his hands, gradually taking shape. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into two golden dragons. The two golden dragons were extremely masculine and were covered in the true fire of the sun. Their bodies were also filled with the endless essence of the great sun. As soon as they appeared, they were tens of thousands of feet long, twisting and turning in a lifelike manner. As the chaotic energy poured in, the two golden dragons constantly shrank. In the blink of an eye, they had already been compressed to a length of hundreds of feet. Their auras were condensed, as if they were real living beings. Roar! After these two golden dragons appeared, they suddenly raised their heads to the sky and let out a deafening roar. This roar was not inferior to the roars of the two golden crows from before. It was filled with a boundless pressure that could dominate the heavens and earth. This method, let's call it the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon Materialization Technique, Luo Fan casually named this method that he had created. This method seemed quite mysterious, but in fact, it was just a variation of the true martial divine materialization technique. Unlike the true martial divine materialization technique, the true martial divine materialization technique absorbed the Yin thunder of Gui Shui and the frigid Yin wind before combining it with the cultivators will to form a martial incarnation. However, the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon Materialization Technique absorbed the true fire of the sun and the essence of the Great Sun to form a martial incarnation. Although the incantations, mental cultivation methods, and cultivation routes used were completely different, the essence was the same. During the process of the two golden dragons forming, the two golden crows were repelled by a strong force. Their attacks suddenly slowed down, and they involuntarily retreated tens of thousands of feet, creating enough space for the dragons to form. It wasn't until the two golden dragons were completely formed that the two golden crows once again cawed. After that, he continued to pounce towards Luo Fan's position. Ha ha! What a pity! Though it is mysterious, it does not communicate with fortune or misfortune. Luo Fan sighed. Raising his hand and pointing, the two golden dragons charged forward and each fought against the golden crow. In an instant, an intense and grand battle broke out. Though the two golden dragons were formed for moves, they were more agile than the two golden crows. They were more like living beings. Plus, they were originally formed from a combination of fighting will, the true fire of the sun, and the essence of the great sun. Therefore, every move they made was in accordance with the principles of martial arts. Every move and every technique seemed to have been thoroughly tempered, as if they were the result of countless generations of careful thinking. They moved and attacked as they pleased in the void that was hundreds of thousands of feet in diameter. It was as if they were the masters of this void. They seemed to be extremely free and relaxed. Under the pressure of the golden dragons, the two golden crows unleashed all of their abilities, all of their power, and all of their mysteries. Their attacks were powerful and shocking, but they were still no match for the two golden dragons. In the blink of an eye, they were losing ground. The two golden crows even cried out in pain. Luo Fan stood casually in the void and watched the battle between the two dragons and the two golden crows. In his heart, he praised the golden crows who were losing ground, because as the two golden crows retreated in defeat, their divine abilities, might, and combat techniques were actually improving at an unparalleled speed. They were so weak before, but now they could even fight against the attacks of the golden dragons. Though they were still losing ground, it was clear that they were improving at every moment. Chapter 130. Tao Comprehension Heavenly Heart. Great Sun Golden Eyes, having made up his mind, he raised his hand and pointed. The two golden dragons that were fighting with the golden crows seemed to have taken stimulants. Their strength suddenly increased by several times, and their speed and strength increased explosively. With a single pounce, the two three-legged golden crows that were originally fighting with them were caught in their scaled claws. The two three-legged golden crows had never expected such a change. They were horrified and frantically struggled and screamed. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not break free from the grasp of the two golden dragons. Luo Fan took a step forward and was already in front of the two three-legged golden crows. He raised his hands and pressed down on the heads of the two three-legged golden crows. Although the golden crows were large, they could not resist Luo Fan's mysterious movements. He easily pressed them down. The two three-legged golden crows struggled violently at first. They looked as if the end of the world had come. They were both shocked and furious, and extremely terrified. However, when Luo Fan's two heads pressed against their heads, they quietened down. After a while, they collapsed with a loud bang, turning into two golden streams of air that rushed towards the two balls of light that had appeared and fused with them. Luo Fan smiled and waved his hand. The two great sun-sky dragons that had been formed from his moves suddenly exploded and turned into a thick golden cloud. They were then swept away by the endless chaotic yuan qi around them. They were completely swallowed up and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only a bit of mysterious consciousness was kept back into Luo Fan's body. These two are indeed extraordinary. I can't believe that they already know how to distinguish between good and bad, even when their spiritual senses are so muddled. Luo Fan took a step forward and arrived in front of the two balls of light as if he had teleported. He raised his hand and gently stroked these two balls of light. They felt extremely soft and smooth to the touch. Although they could emit two golden crows that were as bright as the sun, they themselves were only warm. They were extremely mysterious, and the principle behind them was not simple. When he touched it, he could feel a faint tremor coming from his hand. That feeling was quite wonderful. If I'm not wrong, even though this method can't bring forward the time for the two of you to manifest, it can allow the two of you to cultivate the innate Tao physique at the same time you manifest. If the two of you have good aptitude, it might even be possible for you to attain the earthly, immortal Tao fruit, Luo Fan said leisurely as he stroked the two balls of light. When he pressed his hands on the heads of the two golden crows, he transmitted a spell into the will of the two golden crows. Although the two three-legged golden crows were formed by their instincts, they had to contain the will of the two innate gods if they wanted to fight with such agility. This technique was called the Heavenly Heart of Tao Comprehension Technique. It was not a technique to speed up the absorption of energy, nor was it a basic cultivation technique. Instead, it was an extremely profound technique to calm one's mind and comprehend the Tao. This art didn't have any shocking power, but it was also extremely profound. It could make the perception of the living beings who cultivated this technique more acute, and they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth at all times. For ordinary cultivators, it was better to meditate and comprehend the heaven and earth than to cultivate this technique. It was a waste of effort, but the gains were small. It was somewhat not worth it. However, for the innate gods who were condensing and growing, this technique was an extremely heaven-defying technique. It was so heaven-defying that it could reverse the nature of living beings, fine-tune the spiritual consciousness of the innate gods, and make the spiritual consciousness of the innate gods more compatible with the great Tao, constantly improving their cultivation aptitude. After touching for a while, and confirming that the two innate gods had left a little bit of his aura in their hearts, and that they would recognize him in the future, Luo Fan didn't stay any longer. He turned around and took a few steps. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped out of the door that was left on the three-dimensional talisman, and entered the spherical space that was full of the real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun. After Luo Fan stepped out, the door suddenly collapsed and turned into energy. It instantly integrated into the endless energy around him and could no longer be found. Looking around, Luo Fan had already chosen a talisman that was more than 100 miles away from him. With a slight movement of his mind, he moved through the void, and his figure appeared on this talisman. As the talisman in that spot twisted, it formed the shape of an auspicious cloud. There is also an extremely mysterious suction force that continuously absorbed the endless true solar fire and great solar essence in the surrounding space, causing the true solar fire and great solar essence to gather above it. The true solar fire and great solar essence in that spot were 100 times thicker than the other spots. Such a unique position was just right for Luo Fan to cultivate the Pangu chaotic heavenly pupil, left part. With a thought, the Wuji Palace of the Void was supported, and it had already turned into a light shield that covered this talisman that was 100 feet in circumference. Then he directly sat cross-legged in the air and slowly closed his eyes, beginning the first cultivation of the Pangu heavenly pupil. The length of the Pangu chaotic heavenly pupil, left part, was hundreds of thousands of words. For ordinary people, it would take them at least a few hours just to read through it roughly. Needless to say, it was very complicated and mysterious. The incantation of this cultivation method slowly flowed through Luo Fan's mind. At the same time, the magical power flowing in his body also changed its route, slowly forming an extremely complicated and mysterious path in his meridians. As the incantation and the route took shape, Luo Fan's body seemed to have become a huge black hole. It crazily tore and absorbed all the real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun within the area affected by the suction force. The suction force was so strong that the real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun around him could not keep up with the speed of absorption. Therefore, in just a blink of an eye, within a circumference of 1,000 feet around Luo Fan, there was no real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun. Because the energy in this area disappeared too fast, the surrounding energy was quickly replenished, forming a huge whirlpool around the circumference of 1,000 feet. This whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger, affecting the real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun more and more. In a blink of an eye, it had affected the surrounding space of nearly 100,000 feet. Not good. I didn't expect this cultivation method to require so much energy. Where's the everlasting boy? Help me quickly. Luo Fan suddenly felt that his body was empty, and he knew that the speed of gathering energy was far from enough. Hurriedly, he shouted. This was because he had already put all his mind into that extremely complicated incantation and couldn't even spare a bit of his mind to control the Wuji Palace of the Void. He could only order the everlasting boy to cooperate with him. Yes, master. The everlasting boy's voice was still as emotionless as before. along with the everlasting boy's response. The Wuji Palace of the Void, which had already turned into a light shield, suddenly produced a suction force that could tear the space apart. It crazily pulled all the real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun within a circumference of 1,000 miles, turning them into streams and spurting them towards where Luo Fan was, endlessly entering Luo Fan's body and joining the circulation of the cultivation method. With this change, Luo Fan felt that the energy was replenished, and he no longer felt empty. His mood relaxed, and he wholeheartedly threw himself into the circulation of the cultivation method. The endless real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun rushed straight into Luo Fan's body, flowing quickly along his meridians. Under the effect of the magic power, the real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun were scattered, transformed, and purified. Finally, like a river flowing into the ocean, the real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun went straight into his left eye. During this process, his left eye seemed to have turned into a huge black hole. As it continuously devoured this endless energy, it did not feel any discomfort at all. It was as if devouring the energy transformed from the true fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun was extremely natural. It was as if its innate ability was not to see, but to absorb this energy. As the energy was absorbed more and more, a very strange feeling gradually appeared in Luo Fan's left eye. This feeling was almost unimaginable, and Luo Fan almost didn't dare to believe his own feeling. This was because it felt as if his left eye was slowly waking up from its deepest sleep. It also felt as if the natural power of his left eye was continuously being developed. An indescribable enrichment gradually appeared in Luo Fan's mind, and it became more and more obvious and stronger and stronger. As time went by, the attraction of the real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun to his body also increased. If it weren't for the support of the super strong energy absorption of the Wuji Palace of the Void, perhaps Luo Fan wouldn't have been able to continue his cultivation due to the lack of energy. The born Taoist figure was a mysterious body that Luo Fan created according to the structure of Pan Gu's body. Tracing back to its origin, Luo Fan's eye could also be called Pan Gu's eye, but it didn't carry all kinds of superpowers of Pan Gu's eye in the Chaos world. Because of this, when Luo Fan cultivated the left part of Pan Gu's heavenly pupil and activated its super great power, he sensed that his left eye was endlessly developing. He continued to cultivate, and before he knew it, 36 years had passed. After 36 years of development, that swirl had expanded to tens of thousands of miles in radius, almost covering every inch of space in the center of the sun. It crazily tore every drop of the real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun within this area, sending them into Luo Fan's body through the Wuji Palace of the Void. Within this area, there were countless energy ropes that made up 3D talismans. Because of the mysterious structure of the 3D talismans, these energy ropes were incredibly stable. Therefore, they weren't destroyed by the great attractive force. Because of this, the structure of the entire sun was extremely stable, not being affected at all. After 36 years of ceaseless cultivation, Luo Fan's left eye had gone through some magical changes. A faint, mysterious golden light spot gradually emerged in the depth of his left eye. This golden light spot was different from the golden light released by Luo Fan when he used the original source illumination. This golden light spot was even more mysterious, even more profound, even more unfathomable. On this day, the suction force that had lasted for 36 years suddenly disappeared without a trace. The enormous swirl, which had a radius of tens of thousands of miles, collapsed instantly. The endless real fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun scattered in all directions, creating a magnificent visual effect. Chapter 131. The extraterrestrial heavenly demons retreated after succeeding the Pan Gu heavenly pupil was the eye of Pan Gu. In order to cultivate this eye, one had to improve his cultivation to the same level as Pan Gu. Without enough cultivation, No matter how hard a cultivator cultivated, he could never cultivate the Pangu heavenly pupil. Therefore, the left part of the Pangu chaotic heavenly pupil wasn't something that could be achieved in one go. Instead, the entire cultivation process was divided into 4 steps, which were divided into 4 realms. When the 4 realms were completed, the Pangu heavenly pupil would be formed. The first level of this cultivation method was to cultivate the Great Sun golden pupil, which Luo Fan had just mastered. After that, every time he improved this cultivation method, his left eye would change once. Finally, when Luo Fan attained the fruit of Tao of Origin, he would be able to cultivate the Pangu heavenly pupil and fully possess the incredible divine ability and power of this left eye. Luo Fan slowly floated up in a magnificent visual effect caused by the collapse of the whirlpool. He raised his eyes and looked around. A feeling that was even more mysterious than when he used the see through the origin magic appeared in his mind. At this moment, this incomparably huge and complicated 3-dimensional talisman in front of him seemed to have no secrets at all. He only needed to focus his attention on a certain talisman, and countless information would flow into his mind through the Great Sun golden pupil in his left eye. The information that flowed through his mind was complicated and mysterious, almost including all the secrets that Luo Fan had deduced in the past 3 months. Although the depth of the information was still slightly lower than the result of the deduction, it was already many times more powerful than when he used the see through the origin magic. Looking around, Luo Fan couldn't help but show a faint smile on his face. The Great Sun golden pupil was extremely mysterious, and it didn't consume any of his power. He could use it at any time, anywhere, and it had become an extremely rare instinctive magic. He raised his eyes and looked at the center of the huge 3-dimensional seal. In an instant, countless pieces of information flowed through his mind, and they were quickly scattered and reorganized. After a short while, they actually formed an extremely complicated and mysterious large formation in his mind. The Great Sun Golden Eyes was extremely mysterious. With just a glance, it was able to deduce the profound mysteries of the talisman, and it was able to transform these mysteries into a mysterious array that could compress space and convert the chaotic yuan qi into the true fire of the sun and the essence of the sun. Pleasantly surprised, Luo Fan engraved this grand formation in his memory and began to analyze the Great Sun Golden Pupil. The Great Sun Golden Pupil had already become his instinctive magic. Therefore, he only needed to experiment a little bit before he completely mastered all the mysterious powers of the Great Sun Golden Pupil. Seeing through everything, seeing through the origin, seeing through formations, and automatically deducing. These were the powers of the Great Sun Golden Pupil right now. And this was only the power of the Great Sun Golden Pupil when it was first formed. If the Great Sun Golden Pupil was cultivated to perfection, which was also the first layer of the Pangu Chaotic Heavenly Pupil, the power of the Great Sun Golden Pupil would be even more mysterious and unpredictable. At that time, the entire left eye would turn gold. Right now, there was only a hint of gold in the depths of the pupil. Obviously, it was still very, very far away. After experimenting with the Great Sun Golden Pupil for a while, Luo Fan knew that it was already extremely difficult to cultivate the Great Sun Golden Pupil to the Great Circle in the past 36 years. It was impossible for him to progress further in such a short period of time. He couldn't be bothered to stay here any longer. With a thought, he didn't go out through the cave. Instead, he went straight up. Like a fish in water, he rushed into the ground formed by the true fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun. He moved very smoothly and ascended at an extremely fast speed. After a while, he even withdrew the purplish-yellow light that enveloped his body, allowing his body to traverse through the endless essence of the sun and the essence of the sun without any protection. Looking at his relaxed appearance, it was as if he was traversing through the yuan qi. He did not have to be as careful as he was when he rushed down from the underground cave several decades ago. The reason for this change was naturally because of the effect of his newly cultivated Great Sun Golden Pupil. While he was moving, the great sun golden pupil in his left, I was providing him with the information of the earth layer at all times. The whole structure of the earth layer, the way the essence of the sun and the essence of the sun were combined, and the degree of condensation were all transmitted into his mind. This allowed him to almost instinctively know where he would feel the least pressure and the most relaxed. And with Luo Fan's strong, innate Taoism aptitude, it was very easy for him to pass through the ground with this information. That was why such a mysterious situation had occurred just now. The ground formed by the true fire of the sun and the essence of the great sun was 1,080,000 miles thick. But for Luo Fan, it wasn't too long of a journey. In less than a day, he rushed out of the ground, which was surrounded by flames and had a special life force, with a relaxed smile on his face. Floating tens of thousands of feet above the ground, he had the great sun golden pupil. His body was constantly adjusting according to the information obtained by the great sun golden pupil. He didn't need the protection of the Wuji Palace in the void, and he could travel on the surface of the sun, which seemed to be extremely hot, like he was in a primitive world. He lowered his head and looked down. From the countless fiery creatures, endless information flowed into his mind through the great sun golden pupil. In an instant, he understood the secrets of the thousands of three-dimensional talismans. Combined with his previous understanding of this special three-dimensional talisman that contains soul sense, although he could not immediately make a complete humanoid three-dimensional talisman, he was already confident enough to copy the core three-dimensional talisman of these thousands of living creatures and create these thousands of fiery, living creatures. The harvest from this trip is even greater than the trip to obtain the innate, inextinguishable spirit light. This is indeed a great opportunity, a great fortune. Once again enjoying the mysterious power of the great sun golden pupils, Luo Fan's heart was filled with endless joy. He wasn't greedy. He knew that the rewards from this trip to the sun were already enough. If he stayed any longer, it would be too much. With a thought, he turned around and turned into a long rainbow. He rushed up and soon left the sun, arriving in the void thousands of miles away from the sun. Standing in the void, he was just about to use the great sun golden pupil to find the location of the moon when he suddenly felt a very strange feeling in his mind. Who's spying? Luo Fan was shocked, and he let out a roar. This roar seemed to have a physical body, and it spread out in all directions in the endless starry sky. Following that, countless strange cackles intertwined with each other, continuously spiraling from all directions, drifting into his ears. The countless sounds were like countless monsters roaring and laughing in his ears. It felt rather terrifying. Luo Fan frowned and his eyes flashed. He looked around with the great sun golden pupil and found the place where the strange laughter came from. So it's here. How dare you be so presumptuous? Come out. Luo Fan lightly shouted. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. An invisible force appeared in front of him, far away from the direction of the sun and thousands of miles away from him. With the appearance of this invisible force, a large area of the void suddenly twisted. Kaka! Kaka! A voice filled with boundless malice and brutality rang out from the void. At the same time as the voice rang out, a dense horde of monsters suddenly appeared in the void, as if blotting out the sky and covering the earth, covering an area of 1,000 miles. The strange appearance of these monsters was already beyond anyone's imagination. According to the structure of their bodies, it was almost impossible for them to survive, let alone grow to such an extent. However, at this moment, these unimaginable monsters were densely packed together. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of them had gathered together. Their countless eyes flashed with ominous glints as they stared at Luo Fan, who was floating in the air. Strange cackles came from their mouths, and at the same time, a malice that could be felt by even the slowest person was constantly being emitted from the group of monsters, pressing down on Luo Fan, who was thousands of miles away. With a sweep of the great sun golden pupil, Luo Fan had already discovered the structure of these monsters, and the power they used was not something that could be found in the chaos world and the endless starry sky. In other words, with a sweep of the great sun golden pupil, Luo Fan knew that these monsters could not be born in the chaos world and the endless starry sky. Knowing this, the identity of these monsters was no longer a secret to him. They were obviously extraterrestrial demons from the chaos world who had broken through the barrier of the world. In this way, it made sense that these monsters could not grow normally. After all, the outer world was a completely different world from the untainted world. Since the heaven and earth were different, the laws were naturally different. Perhaps such a structure was normal in the outer world. Among the countless extraterrestrial demons, the most powerful one suddenly spoke in a strange language. It was protected by countless other heavenly demons. This heavenly demon had a flat head, but it had 6 snake-like bodies. Black gas surged all over its body, and the surrounding void distorted under the fluctuations of its snake-like body. Although the language it spoke was strange, there was not the slightest bit of falsehood in it. As soon as he heard this strange language, Luo Fan automatically deciphered the meaning contained in it and knew the meaning of this language. Creatures of the chaos world, Pangu's descendants. Kill, 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 kill. Luo Fan frowned slightly. This was not the first time he had encountered extraterrestrial demons. When he sought the Earth Immortal's Tao fruit, the heavenly tribulation caused by the heavenly tribulation had drawn out the great freedom demon master of the freedom heaven who wanted to take his body. Therefore, he clearly knew that these extraterrestrial demons had an instinctive hatred and hostility towards all creatures in the chaos world. Therefore, he did not bother to communicate with these extraterrestrial demons. Chapter 132. Western Heavenly Demon Technique. These heavenly demons were obviously led by the heavenly demon who had just spoken. Just as the Wuji Void Palace came down, the heavenly demon with 1 head and 6 bodies twisted and trembled. His 6 bodies instantly grew tens of thousands of times longer. As he spun, he had already penetrated every inch of space within 1,000 miles. Like a belt, he connected all the heavenly demons within 1,000 miles together. This kind of connection was very mysterious. It was an organic combination of the power of tens of thousands of heavenly demons. In an instant, this large number of heavenly demons seemed to have become one, turning into an incomparably powerful existence that could collapse the endless space of the starry sky. There's still such a change. This technique is quite mysterious. Luo Fan's mind moved slightly. The Wuji Void Palace, which was originally planning to suppress all the heavenly demons into its small kiliacosm, suddenly turned and condensed into a huge purplish-yellow palm. It pressed down on the organic body formed by the heavenly demons. This was because he wanted to test the might and divine abilities of these extraterrestrial devils. At this moment, a black light suddenly shot out from the group of heavenly demons within 1,000 miles. It shot up into the sky and condensed into a shadow that was constantly changing. It was impossible to tell what form it was exactly. With an incomparably shocking power, it went straight for the purplish-yellow palm of the Wuji Void Palace. The two collided with a loud bang. Invisible waves instantly exploded from the point of collision and spread rapidly in all directions. Countless cracks spread out from the point of collision like spiderwebs, instantly covering a radius of a few miles. Luo Fan carefully controlled the power of the Wuji Void Palace. He didn't want to use too much force and kill these heavenly demons. During this process, the great sun golden pupil had already left a mysterious technique in his mind that was hundreds of words long. This is actually a combined array. Seems like there's another round of changes. Let me increase the pressure and test it out. Luo Fan glanced at the technique and thought to himself. Following his change of heart, the power of the purplish-yellow palm formed by the limitless Void Palace surged. Although the combined power of tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demons was strong, even more than 100 times stronger than that of Luo Fan, how could it compare with a complete mini kiliacosm? In addition, Although the formation was mysterious, it could not raise the realm of the leading sky demon to a level comparable to that of Luo Fan. Therefore, Luo Fan, with the help of the limitless Void Palace, was able to squash tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demons at will. He could even kill them instantly. That was why he needed to control his strength so that he wouldn't directly kill these sky demons. Quack, quack. Endless strange laughter rang out from the group of extraterrestrial devils. Suddenly, the shadow formed by the black light increased in brightness. In the blink of an eye, it became extremely dazzling. Then, the group of extraterrestrial demons began to shrink rapidly. After a while, they transformed into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was hundreds of meters tall, completely black, and had a huge mouth full of fangs. Gazing at the image of this monster, countless information suddenly flowed into Luo Fan's mind through the great sun golden pupil, allowing him to instantly know the magical abilities and power of this monster. This monster was formed by the combination of 1,080,000 extraterrestrial demons under the effect of the array. The main body of his will was the most powerful heavenly demon with 6 bodies. Kill, 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 kill. As soon as this monster with 3 heads and 6 arms was formed, it let out 7 murderous cries. These 7 cries were not made in the language that Luo Fan was familiar with. Instead, they were made in a very strange language. This language seemed to contain some kind of profound mystery. It could reach the essence of killing, causing the murderous intent to be so pure that it was almost unbreakable. Luo Fan raised his eyes, and with a slight movement of his mind, the endless information that flowed through his mind through the great sun golden pupil instantly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, turned into another mysterious technique. This spell was thousands of words long. It was a development of the previous spell that was hundreds of words long. It represented a strange array and was also a cultivation spell that contained a large number of magical powers. This was a cultivation system that was completely different from all the spells that Luo Fan had learned and created since he came to the primitive world. However, it was equally mysterious and contained endless principles. Western Sky Demon Technique. This was the definition of this technique that the Great Sun Golden Pupil had made with the help of Luo Fan's complicated memories. This monster with 3 heads and 6 arms, in the Great Sun Golden Pupil's definition, was the Western Sky Demon, gathering the power of countless weak living beings to form a single body. Not only does it increase one's power, it also increases one's cultivation level. The more living beings there are, the stronger the body that is formed. To think that there is such a wonderful technique in this world. Unbelievable. Luo Fan couldn't stop praising in his heart. Through this Western Sky Demon technique, the single-headed, 6-bodied sky demon had already borrowed the power of 1,080,000 sky demons to push its cultivation level to an unfathomable level. It was on par with Luo Fan. Its power was 100 times that of Luo Fan, and its cultivation level was on par with him. However, in the blink of an eye, it turned the situation around and left Luo Fan far behind. After this Western heavenly demon condensed, its speed soared. It suddenly flashed, and in the midst of the void teleportation, it had already arrived in front of Luo Fan with a crazy killing intent. Its 6 huge arms, which seemed to be cast from Vajra, streaked across the sky. They contained a completely different, profound truth from the martial arts that Luo Fan had comprehended and fiercely swatted towards him. The endless void of the starry sky was like fragile glass under the attack of the 6 arms. It shattered into pieces and created countless space fragments that were stimulated by the power and rushed out in all directions like waves. Good. Luo Fan didn't feel disobedient. Instead, he was overjoyed. He didn't take back the Wuji Void Palace. If he used the Wuji Void Palace, he could kill this Western Sky demon instantly. After all, it was so difficult to create a Dharma treasure. Its power was unimaginable. How could it be made up for by a difference of 100 times? His left eye flickered with gold light, and an infinite amount of information flowed into his mind. The Western Sky Demon's 6 arms contained an infinite amount of principles. It was as if he was looking at the lines on his palm. This allowed Luo Fan to find 18 flaws in the Western Sky Demon's arms that could not be fixed. Every single one of these flaws could allow him to easily break through the Western Sky Demon's seal and attack. Moreover, among these 18 flaws, there were even 3 that could allow him to destroy the Western Heavenly Demon's fusion technique with a single strike, instantly shattering the 3-headed and 6-armed Western Heavenly Demon into the 1,080,000 extraterrestrial Heavenly Demons, and even directly obliterating the Western Heavenly Demon's consciousness. However, Luo Fan didn't choose to attack these 3 flaws that could solve the crisis. In his heart, he had an extremely strong feeling that there would come a day when he would have to face countless types of extraterrestrial demons, and an even more endless number of them. As a result, he planned to use this great opportunity to properly understand the nature of these extraterrestrial demons. Perhaps he could deduce exactly what kind of wondrous abilities these extraterrestrial demons possessed from this. Therefore, he raised his hand and threw a punch. A bright, diamond-like light flashed from his fist, bringing his body along a mysterious and unpredictable path. Almost as if he had teleported, he appeared in a small gap formed by the Western Heavenly Demon's 6 arms, and his fist smashed into the demon's heart. Bang! A muffled sound arose. The sound of space cracking entered Luo Fan's ears. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared where the fist and the Sky Demon's chest made contact and quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the cracks covered every inch of the Western Sky Demon's body. Ah! The Western Sky Demon shrieked, and his body trembled. The move that seemed invulnerable and could shatter space instantly collapsed. His body was like a baseball that had been hit by a bat, and he was sent flying for over 50 kilometers before he was barely able to resist the force of the impact and stop his body from being sent flying. They were at the same level, but there was a difference of 100 times in strength. Against the golden eyes of the sun, the Western Sky Demon couldn't even withstand one attack. The golden pupils of the sun meant a lot to Luo Fan. The Western Sky Demon roared, and his murderous intent grew. His body shone with black light, and in the blink of an eye, all the cracks on his body were repaired. After repairing the crack, he didn't stop for even a moment. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he continued to pounce towards Luo Fan in a mysterious and inexplicable trajectory. His pouncing momentum became stronger, his movements became more complicated, and the martial arts principles it contained became more profound. The flaws he left behind had increased from the original 18 to 9. Luo Fan, who had the golden pupils of the sun, directly grasped these openings. He didn't attack the most fatal openings, and once again, he easily repelled the Western Sky Demon. That was 36 times. The Western Sky Demon finally realized how big the gap between them was. He couldn't help but let out an unwilling roar. Ah! If it weren't for the fact that the portal was too small and only 1.08 million of my 3,600,000 subordinates could come, how could you, a descendant of Panga clan, be my opponent? After condensing into a Western Sky Demon and improving his cultivation realm, the spiritual sense of the leading Sky Demon became more complete, and he could express his thoughts smoothly. It's a pity. If I had the golden pupils of the sun earlier, I could have seen through the mystery of opening the portal and brought more Sky Demons over for you to condense into demonic weapons. Now that you're at your wit's end, don't blame me. Luo Fan sighed. As he spoke, his mind moved. The Void Wuji Palace suddenly scattered and turned into a mass of purple-yellow light with a radius of thousands of feet. It suddenly pounced on the Western Sky Demon and wrapped him in the light. It shrank again and turned into a purple-yellow light again. The Western Sky Demon, which was hundreds of feet tall, had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 133. Recreating the great Sun. Luo Fan sighed inwardly at his inability to see the true nature of the extraterrestrial demon. With a slight thought, his body merged into the purple-yellow light. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the barrier of the void and entered the spirit space created by the Wuji Palace. Since the last time Luo Fan's Taoist heart collapsed, nearly 40 years had passed. Compared to the minor kiliacosm, 10,000 years had already passed. However, after such a long time, other than the addition of a small sun in the void, the interior of this mini kiliacosm was still the same as what Luo Fan had seen before. There didn't seem to be many changes. All living beings were still tirelessly searching on the continent, and outside the continent was still a calm and boundless void, dark and deep. Hey, there's actually a creature that can break through the barrier of the continent and build a cave in the void. As soon as Luo Fan stepped into the spirit space, he did not have time to observe the Western extraterrestrial demon. He felt an unexpected change in the Void Wuji Palace. He could not help but be surprised. At this time, it was as if there was an extra satellite next to the minor kiliacosm. There was a dust-like floating island floating there, slowly revolving around the minor kiliacosm. What surprised him even more was that on this floating island, there was actually a manor that covered an area of more than 100 feet. With a slight thought, Luo Fan discovered that there was someone living in the manor on this island. Even that person was very familiar to Luo Fan. It was his registered disciple, Lin Tiannan. It's you. It seems that you have figured out the mystery of the two words Luo Fan. Luo Fan thought for a while and could not help but smile. He knew the reason behind it. But at this time, there was a more important thing. He did not go to meet Lin Tiannan. He just took a small step and came to the small sun. He looked down at the Western extraterrestrial demon that had been taken in by the Void Wuji Palace. I am not willing. I can't accept this. The Western Sky demon roared. Black light constantly rushed out of his body and attacked the surrounding void. Originally, the void of this minor kiliacosm was inferior to the endless starry sky. For the Western heavenly demon's strength, it shouldn't have been able to withstand it. Under the impact, countless spatial cracks and spatial fragments should have appeared. However, Luo Fan was the creator of this minor kiliacosm. This world was under his control. If he didn't want the void to be shattered by the power of the Western heavenly demon, he had countless means. At that moment, all he had to do was to use his mind to suppress the Western Sky demon completely with an endless amount of power. No matter how much power the Western heavenly demon unleashed, no matter how crazily he attacked, he was unable to shatter the space, much less use this method to escape. Luo Fan raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. The 1,000-foot-tall Western Sky demon was locked in place by an invisible force. His body slowly floated up, and in a short while, he was already in front of Luo Fan. The great sun golden pupil in his left eye flashed with golden light, and countless mysteries about the Western Sky demon flowed through his mind. Combined with the various mysteries he had comprehended from the three-dimensional talisman in the center of the sun, Luo Fan instantly knew how to deal with this Western Sky demon. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the entire minor kiliacosm trembled slightly with his movement. Along with the vibrations, the small sun under his feet, which was condensed from the sun real fire and the great sun essence, suddenly expanded several times. Then, like a huge monster, it suddenly opened a crack and swallowed the Western heavenly devil and Luo Fan. Luo Fan could come and go freely in the real sun. This small sun condensed from the true fire of the sun, and the essence of the sun was not worth mentioning to him. He didn't even need to protect it. He followed the devouring power to the center of the small sun. Luo Fan could be so relaxed, but the Western Sky demon wasn't so lucky. The true fire of the sun and the essence of the sun were extremely young and strong forces. They were the nemesis of all and evil things in the world. There was no need to investigate the nature of the Western Sky demon, but he came from the outer world. To everything in the untainted land, he was extremely and evil. He was naturally rejected by all forces. Although there were not many true fire of the sun and the essence of the sun, the Western Sky demon could not resist under the pressure of Luo Fan's power. He could only endure it passively. He was like a frog thrown into a pot of boiling oil. He let out miserable howls. The black light emitted from his body was constantly being melted by the true fire of the sun and the essence of the sun. This made the western sky demon, who was already in a sorry state, look even more miserable. There were even noises of miserable howls coming from the western sky demon's body. Clearly, the leader of the sky demons had some flaws in his control of the combined formation. As a result, some of the more powerful ones among the millions of extraterrestrial demons sensed it. Turn yin into yang. The sun is complete. It hangs in the void forever and shines on the earth. Luo Fan uttered these words softly. These words seemed to come from the void itself. They shook everything in the void, and the entire spirit space seemed to be shaking in response to these words. As Luo Fan uttered these words, the solid, true fire of the sun and the essence of the sun in the center of the small sun suddenly exploded. It turned from a solid state to a liquid state, and its volume increased by more than 100 times. The liquid, true fire of the sun and the essence of the sun shook violently, allowing Luo Fan to directly wrap around the western sky demon. As the western sky demon howled crazily, it kept twisting, condensing, and changing. It condensed into countless lines of true fire of the sun and the essence of the sun, which seemed to be tangible. In the blink of an eye, it outlined an extremely complicated three-dimensional talisman. This three-dimensional talisman was a subtype of the huge three-dimensional talisman in the center of the sun, but it was simpler and smaller in scale. With the appearance of this three-dimensional talisman, the western sky demon struggled crazily, as if a great disaster had befallen him. He opened his mouth, stretched his throat, and let out an even more miserable howl. After a while, this howl continued to grow louder and louder, and more miserable howls could be heard. As the body of the western sky demon gradually collapsed, more and more extraterrestrial demons rushed out of it and charged in all directions, madly crashing into the mysterious and complicated three-dimensional talisman that had wrapped them up. Since you've come here, how can you escape? Just obediently become the power source of the sun. Luo Fan shouted. He raised his hand and clapped. Then, countless three-dimensional talisman shadows flew out of his hand and rushed straight into the three-dimensional talisman formed by the liquid true fire of the sun and the essence of the sun. As these talisman shadows entered, the huge three-dimensional talisman constantly changed, constantly undergoing some kind of mysterious and subtle adjustment. As the adjustment continued, the space inside the three-dimensional talisman, which was originally only 10,000 feet in circumference, continued to expand at a rapid speed from the original 10,000 feet to 10,000 feet, 1 million feet, 1 million feet. In the end, after a few breaths, it had become 10,000 miles in circumference. In a few breaths, a small space had been opened up inside the spherical three-dimensional talisman. Even though this space existed within the minor kiliocosm, it was several times more stable than the space within the minor kiliocosm. It seemed strange and mysterious to the point of being in an unimaginable state. During this process, the Western heavenly demon had completely collapsed, turning from a single entity into 1,080,000 foreign heavenly demons. They filled the space within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, attacking and wandering around in a disorderly manner like headless flies, trying to find a way to break out of this space. The strongest sky demon, with only one head and 6 bodies, had completely lost control of these extraterrestrial demons. He tried his best to restrain them, but to no avail. Since this space was opened by Luo Fan to accommodate these extraterrestrial demons, how could it be easily broken through by these disorderly millions of extraterrestrial demons who were like headless flies? Suddenly, a mysterious invisible force appeared in the void, deterring the 1,080,000 extraterrestrial demons. Gradually, they were fixed into space within 10,000 miles like 1,080,000 ugly and weird statues. Then, another mysterious suction force suddenly appeared, constantly extracting the heavenly demon chi from these extraterrestrial demons, causing the space within 10,000 miles to be gradually filled with the black heavenly demon chi, gradually obscuring everyone's sight. The three-dimensional talisman outside this space seemed to be stimulated by some kind of power. It began to constantly transform the heavenly demon chi into the real fire of the sun and the essence of the sun, which seeped out of the three-dimensional talisman, constantly replenishing the real fire of the sun and the essence of the sun consumed by the little sun, so that the little sun could emit infinite light and heat at all times without losing any power. Luo Fan's mind moved slightly. In the void teleportation, his figure had already arrived outside the sun. At this time, his face was slightly pale. Obviously, he had used up too much of his mental strength. It's still a little difficult to use the infinite void technique with my current cultivation. He sighed in his heart. The mantra of the nameless skill flowed through his mind. The earthly immortal's Tao fruit in his body suddenly burst into a stream of Dharma power, slowly circulating around the route of the nameless skill. As he did so, his mental strength, which had been exhausted, quickly recovered. After a while, his complexion returned to normal. He let out a long breath and looked down. At this time, the little sun had become a big fireball with a radius of 1,000 miles, suspended in the infinite darkness of the void, emitting infinite light and heat, making the area within 10 million miles bright and warm. His mind merged with the entire Wuji Palace of the Void. With a slight movement of his mind, the entire spirit space shook violently. The impact of the shock was so great that in the blink of an eye, it had affected every inch of space in the entire spirit space. With this shock, the little sun instantly disappeared without a trace. When it reappeared, it was already above the continent with a circumference of millions of miles. It merged with the light ball at the entrance of the minor kiliocosm and instantly replaced the light ball, becoming the real sun of this minor kiliocosm. Chapter 134. Tianan shattering with a thought from Luo Fan. The small sun that had fused with the ball of light began to vibrate. This vibration was similar to the vibration needed to completely fuse a substance with another substance, causing the small sun to slowly fuse with the entire minor kiliocosm. As the vibration continued, the abrupt and independent feeling that the small sun emitted became less and less. It became more and more natural as it hung in the void of the minor kiliocosm, becoming more and more like it had been hanging there since the birth of the minor kiliocosm. Then, the sound of thunder, like the sound of the great Tao, resounded in every inch of the minor kiliocosm, washing away the endless void of the minor kiliocosm. When the countless creatures in the minor kiliocosm heard this sudden change, they were all indescribably shocked. Many of them looked up to the sky and prayed for the heavens to take pity on them. This mysterious change lasted for nearly 2 hours before it stopped and calmed down. At this time, the small sun had completely fused with the entire minor kiliocosm, as if it was born to be a part of the minor kiliocosm. It was completely integrated into the minor kiliocosm's operating mechanism. As time passed, it began to revolve around the continent with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. This caused the day and night cycle of the continent to become more regular and more natural. Following this change, the various types of origin energy on the continent suddenly underwent a very subtle change, as if the degree of its agility had suddenly increased by several times. At the same time, an extremely mysterious vitality enveloped the entire continent, causing the vitality of the continent to become even more mysterious and rich. After fusing with the sun, the continent became even more complete, more natural, and more like a truly evolved world. After carefully adjusting the rotation speed of the small sun, allowing it to revolve once for a day and a night, Luo Fan took a step forward and arrived at the floating island that slowly revolved around the continent like a satellite. As soon as he set foot on the floating island, Luo Fan couldn't help but feel a great sense of familiarity. This was because the manor on the floating island was impressively similar to the Lin family fortress that he had lived in for 8 years. However, At this moment, there were not as many farmers and residents in the manor as there were in the past. Only Lin Tian Nan was left standing there alone. Luo Fan's great sun golden eyes flashed with a golden light, allowing him to see through the layers of space and see the lonely Lin Tian Nan within the Lin family fortress. Time flies. It's already been over 10,000 years. Luo Fan sighed, lifted his foot, and took a step forward, arriving behind Lin Tian Nan. There is a world of difference between Lin Tian Nan's cultivation and his. If Luo Fan didn't want to be discovered, even if Luo Fan stood on top of his head, Luo Fan wouldn't be able to discover him, let alone standing 10 feet behind him. At this moment, Lin Tian Nan was standing in the middle of the practice field with his eyes closed. His entire body emitted a calm and steady aura. Every movement he made seemed to contain the mysteries of martial arts, as if he was one with the entire world. What's going on? That commotion just now seemed like the entire world was undergoing a drastic change. It seems like even a movement of the Yuan Qi in the world has changed. Lin Tian Nan stood there and muttered. At this moment, Lin Tian Nan's appearance was between middle-aged and old. His voice was filled with endless vicissitudes of life, making him seem old yet full of wisdom. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand was gently raised. Drawing a mysterious and miraculous trajectory, he grabbed the air in front of him. In an instant, a huge force appeared in the air and suddenly acted on the ground of the practice field in front of him. Under this huge force, the ground suddenly shook violently. Puff, 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 puff. Not long after, 100 feet in radius, 1 foot in thickness, and hundreds of thousands of tons of soil were pulled up into the air and floated in front of him. As he rubbed his right hand in the air, these layers of soil constantly changed shape. Sometimes they condensed into a ball of soil, and sometimes they turned into a fierce tiger, and sometimes they turned into a cheetah, and sometimes they turned into a divine dragon. There were all kinds of strange shapes, and every one of them was vivid and lifelike. After a while, he raised his hand and pressed down, placing the layer of soil back into the pit in front of him that was 100 feet in radius and 1 foot in depth. With another swipe, the huge force that appeared out of nowhere swept across the ground, flattening the layer of soil and filling up the pit, making it impossible to tell that there was a pit there before. The Yuan Qi has become much more active, and the power of my moves seems to have increased a bit. Lin Tian muttered. Luo Fan watched Lin Tian Nan's actions from behind and couldn't help but sigh to himself. From this performance, Lin Tian Nan had already stayed in the 9th level of the transcendent realm for many years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use the power of the 9th level of the transcendent realm to perfection. According to his realm, he was only separated by a thin piece of paper from breaking through the void. He could break through this barrier at any time and break through the void. However, this thin piece of paper was like a heavenly moat in front of him. It firmly confined him within this small world, and he was unable to break through the void. Tian Nan, Luo Fan sighed in his heart. He couldn't bear to watch any longer and opened his mouth to call out. Lin Tian Nan was muttering to himself when he suddenly heard this voice. His entire body shook, and he instantly became sluggish. After a while, he stiffly turned around. When he saw that it was really the teacher that he had yearned to see even in his dreams, tears instantly flowed down his face. He turned over and kowtowed, choking with sobs. Disciple Lin Tian Nan greets teacher. May teacher live a long and boundless life. Disciple is unfilial and has failed teacher's expectations. In the past 14,387 years, I have been unable to break through the void. As he spoke, his voice was choked with sobs. Luo Fan sighed. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. What he felt guilty about was nothing else but overestimating the mortals in this small world and not perfecting the heavenly martial divine chapter. In reality, according to him, the heavenly martial divine chapter was already extremely detailed. There were 3 realms, namely the mortal realm, the saint realm, and the transcendent realm. The 27 small realms already contained every important point of cultivation before breaking through the void. Every mental state that needed to be cultivated was included within it. After cultivating the 27 small realms to perfection, one only needed a small opportunity to understand the mysteries of microspace. Then, one could break through the void, break through the small world, and enter the primitive world. However, he had forgotten that this was only his opinion supported by his extremely high cultivation realm. To those mortals who cultivated step by step, their talent and their starting point determined their knowledge. This made it so that even if they cultivated to the 27th complete realm, they still needed a great opportunity to understand the mysteries of microspace. What do you mean by unfilial? Do you remember what I said when I left that day? Although that was what he thought, Luo Fan did not show it on his face. He only smiled faintly. Lin Tianan was shocked and said, "Of course I have not forgotten. That day, teacher said that when I break through the void, it will be the time to meet teacher." As he spoke, Lin Tianan's face gradually revealed a look of understanding. His body gradually emitted a mysterious aura. The feeling of his whole body gradually merging with the whole mini kiliocosm gradually faded. Although his movements were still mysterious and profound, it made his temperament change into a kind of stronger and stronger independence. It looked as if it was gradually cutting him out of the kiliocosm. It was as if his body was gradually perfecting itself, slowly becoming one with itself. Suddenly, a boundless joy appeared in Lin Tiannan's heart. Along with this joy, he raised his right hand and drew a mysterious arc that seemed to contain the endless mysteries of martial arts and struck out at the void. Following this slap, a bright, diamond-like light suddenly rushed out from his hand. This light was condensed and pure. As if it was real, it was the heavenly martial light Wish God's Claw that Lin Tian Nan had the deepest impression of. After the bright, diamond-like light left his hand, in an instant, it changed into hundreds of different shapes. Finally, under the effect of some mysterious force, it settled into a 3-meter-long pair of scissors. The pair of scissors was simple and simple. After it was formed, it did not stop and cut towards the void. The entire void was like a piece of silk cloth, and suddenly, a crack appeared in the space. Luo Fan's great sun-golden eyes stared at Lin Tiannan, completely seeing all the changes in his body. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. With a thought, the limitless void palace, which was originally in the depths of the endless starry sky, quickly shifted. Every time it shifted, it reached its maximum teleportation distance. In just a few dozen teleportations, it had already been guided by the aura that he had left in the Chaos World and entered the Chaos World. After a while, it directly landed on the top of a mountain that was 100,000 feet tall. With a turn, the originally purple-yellow light turned into a palace that was 100 feet tall. It suppressed the mountain as if it had been there since ancient times. Luo Fan did not stop. After landing in a limitless void palace, with a thought, his body slightly distorted. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the limitless void palace and appeared at the entrance of the palace, waiting for Lin Tiannan's arrival. This action of Luo Fan's was extremely short, but it still took time. After a while, Lin Tiannan had already cut out the outline of a 3-meter-tall door in the void. The outline of this door was formed by 4 spatial cracks. Apart from these 4 spatial cracks, the rest of the space was completely empty. Lin Tian Nan had accumulated qi for more than 14,000 years. The qi in his body had long since overflowed. It had long surpassed the amount needed to break through the void. Thus, although he had used a lot of energy to cut out the outline of the door, he did not seem to be tired during the process. Instead, his face was rather rosy. With one look, it was obvious that he still had energy left. Seeing the outline of the door, Lin Tiannan's eyes were filled with excitement, shock, joy, and reminiscence. However, there was no hesitation. With a fierce wave of his hand, he dispersed the scissors formed by the heavenly martial light Wish God's Claw. Then, With a roar, he punched out with all of his will. A light sound rang out, like glass shattering. The space at the center of the portal outlined by the 4 spatial cracks instantly produced countless spiderweb-like cracks. After these cracks appeared, they spread and expanded at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they shattered into countless pieces, revealing a 1-meter-tall door. It led to an unfathomable space. After the space shattered and the door formed, an indescribably grand aura gushed out, instantly drowning Lin Tian-nan. That aura was the aura of chaos. Feeling this grand aura, Lin Tian-nan's tears, which had just stopped, instantly flowed out again. Chapter 135. Spirit Gathering, Fate Changing. Tim Luo Fan stood in front of the limitless Void Palace and waited quietly. He also enjoyed the chaos aura that he had not felt for a few decades. Suddenly, the space beside him distorted slightly, and a 3-meter-tall door appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the limitless Void Palace's door. Then, Lin Tian-nan's figure stepped out of the door. He had crossed over to another world. Luo Fan smiled as he looked at Lin Tian-nan, quietly waiting. After Lin Tian-nan stepped into the great desolate world, the space door behind him collapsed with a loud bang, instantly cutting off the connection between the mini Kiliacosm and the great desolate world. The space of the great desolate world was too stable. Even Luo Fan didn't have much confidence in tearing it apart, let alone Lin Tian-nan. If not for the existence of the door in the limitless Void Palace, even if Lin Tian-nan was tens of thousands of times stronger, he would not have been able to open the door and enter the chaos world. Even so, the door was repaired in the blink of an eye under the effect of the chaos world. After Lin Tian-nan stepped into the chaos world, he suddenly took a deep breath. It was as if he was savoring the huge difference between the chaos world and the mini Kiliacosm. After a while, he suddenly laughed loudly. His voice was close to madness. Luo Fan looked at him and did not care. He could completely imagine the feeling of a person who had been stuck at the peak for 10,000 years and finally broke through. Even if he lost his composure for a bit, it was understandable. After a long time, Lin Tian-nan stopped laughing. He turned around and knelt on the ground. He said with some shame, "Disciple lost his composure. Teacher, please forgive me." Luo Fan naturally would not blame him. He said, "No need to be so polite. Why would teacher blame you?" "Thank you, teacher. Today, disciple has already broken through the void. I shamelessly ask teacher to take pity on me and accept me as your disciple. Teacher has already said that when you break through the void, I will accept you as my personal disciple. Your performance is very good and you have met my requirements. From today onwards, you are my 3rd disciple." Luo Fan said with a smile. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it lightly. Specks of demonic energy condensed in the air and condensed into a green robe on Lin Tian-nan's body, replacing his original clothes made of ordinary silk. This long robe was engraved with several mysterious talismans that contained all kinds of mysterious powers. Lin Tian-nan had only changed into this robe, but he had instantly transformed from a middle-aged man to a young man. His body even exuded a vigorous vitality. Disciple Lin Tian-nan greets master. Lin Tian-nan had been waiting for this moment for tens of thousands of years. Hearing Luo Fan agree, he couldn't help but burst into tears and kowtow. Luo Fan sighed and stepped forward to help Lin Tian-nan up. He said, "Silly child, this is a happy occasion. Why cry?" "Disciple knows, it's just that I couldn't hold it in." Lin Tian-nan choked with sobs. Luo Fan shook his head and didn't try to persuade him anymore. With a wave of his hand, the limitless Void Palace turned into a purple-yellow light. It condensed under Luo Fan and Lin Tian-nan's feet into a cloud that was 1 acre wide. It slowly lifted the two of them into the air. Lin Tian-nan was shocked, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. However, he followed Luo Fan's instructions and stopped crying. Not long after, the purplish-yellow cloud had already dragged the two of them thousands of miles into the sky. This place was about 200 million miles away from Buzhou Mountain. With Luo Fan's golden sun pupils, he could naturally see Buzhou Mountain in the distance. However, to Lin Tiannan, Buzhou Mountain was too far away and he couldn't see it at all. Thus, in his eyes, the primitive world was a boundlessly vast, boundless, and extremely grand world that emanated a dense aura of desolation. It was completely different from the continent that he had traveled through in the past 10,000 years. It was many times more mysterious and profound. This is the desolate world. In order to come to this kind of world, even if I had to struggle for 1,000,000 years, I would be willing. Lin Tiannan stared blankly at the boundless land and felt the endless mysteries of the world. His heart was extremely excited as he muttered to himself. Hearing Lin Tiannan's words, Luo Fan had a slight smile on his face. At this moment, although he looked relaxed on the surface, there were countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Compared to the creatures of the desolate world, although Lin Tiannan had already cultivated to the 9th level of the transcendent realm and reached the peak of the small thousand world, it was only equivalent to the chi refining realm of the origin sculpting soul method. Even a slightly larger, chaotic yuan chi source was enough to cause his body to collapse. Compared to Luo Fu, he was far inferior. If he was allowed to walk through the desolate world like this, he probably wouldn't even be able to descend the mountain. Thinking about this, he spread out his right hand, and 12,960 three-dimensional talismans that were shaped like Buzhou Mountain floated up from his palm. During this process, they constantly changed and condensed. In the blink of an eye, they outlined a small, strange fruit-like formation. Its appearance was mysterious and profound, and it contained great power. It was the miniature version of the Earth Immortal's Heavenly Escape formation that was created with 1/10 of his Fa Li. As the miniature version of the Earth Immortal's Heavenly Escape formation was formed, a mysterious aura instantly seeped out from it. At this moment, although Lin Tiannan's state of mind was agitated, how could he not notice the strange aura that suddenly appeared around his body? He quickly turned his head and saw the change in Luo Fan's hand. When he saw this change clearly, he was instantly stunned by the mysterious aura. His eyes widened, and he revealed an even more shocked expression than when Luo Fan summoned the clouds to carry him into the sky. So Master is actually this powerful. At this moment, this was the only thought in his mind. Luo Fan didn't care about Lin Tiannan. With a slight movement of his mind, a spiritual light that contained the heavenly martial divine chapter directly rushed into the formation that was like a Tao fruit. As the spiritual light entered, the Earth Immortal's Heavenly Escape formation began to operate crazily. The surrounding innate yuan chi crazily rushed into the large formation like a river flowing into the sea. The mysterious power of the large formation turned it into power. The bright light continuously flashed, and a mysterious aura seeped out from it. Countless complex and mysterious characters continuously rotated within the large formation. They were constantly broken apart and constantly reformed. After a long while, the grand array suddenly stopped revolving. A speck of light was spat out by the grand array, exploding in midair with a loud bang. It madly absorbed all the energy in the air, condensing into the shape of a piece of silk cloth. On the surface of the cloth, there were complex and abstruse characters that recorded a profound cultivation technique. True heavenly martial divine chapter. After the speck of spiritual light erupted from the formation, it abruptly crumbled and reverted back into 12,960 three-dimensional talismans that resembled Mount Buzhou. The talismans then sank back into his palm before returning to their original position. This cultivation technique, derived from the Earth Immortal's Heavenly Martial Divine Chapter, was of the same origin as the Heavenly Martial Divine Chapter. It recorded the other three great realms of martial arts after the Mortal Realm, Saint Realm, and Transformation Realm: Spirit Gathering, Fate Changing, and Sky Martial Arts. These three great realms, however, completely relied on the path of martial arts to allow a martial artist to gather endless spiritual energy and reverse their Hotian constitution to become an innate god. From there, they could go against the heavens and change their fate, achieve supreme sky martial arts, and obtain a great achievement equal to the Earth Immortals' Tao fruit. The reason why it was only equal to the Earth Immortals' Tao fruit was not because the sky martial arts realm was the end of martial arts cultivation. It was only because the current Luo fan had only achieved the Earth Immortals' Tao fruit. There was no need to say that the Tao fruit needed to be achieved. Before achieving the other Tao fruits, no matter how talented Luo fan was, it was impossible for him to create other cultivation techniques that could be practiced to the level of the other Tao fruits. The nameless cultivation technique was created with the help of Pangu's original spirit, but it borrowed Pangu's realm, so was naturally not included. The following three great realms, spirit gathering, fate changing, and sky martial arts, were similar to the previous three great realms, the mortal realm, the saint realm, and the transformation realm. Each realm was divided into 9 small realms, and there were a total of 27 small realms. Every time a martial artist cultivated a minor realm, their strength would undergo a qualitative improvement, and their body, soul, and even the source of their life would undergo a drastic change, as if they were reborn. This cultivation technique was so mysterious that it could almost be said to have exhausted all the mysteries of martial arts cultivation. Lin Tian Nan had cultivated the heavenly martial divine chapter for more than 14,000 years, and had even been taught the great way of martial arts by Luo Fan for half a day. As soon as he saw this cultivation technique, he instantly knew the value of this cultivation technique. The habit that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years made him completely immersed in this cultivation technique in an instant. Everything that happened in the outside world was instantly isolated from his perception. After a while, the entire cultivation technique was completely engraved in his heart, engraved in the depths of his memory, and placed together with his most profound memory, never to be forgotten. Luo Fan saw through this with a glance, smiled, and waved his hand, dispersing the scroll that was condensed from Xiantian Yuan Qi. He said, "This cultivation technique is the continuation of the heavenly martial divine chapter. The chaotic world is extremely dangerous. If you don't break through the 9 heavens of spirit gathering, you won't be able to protect yourself in the chaotic world. You need to cultivate properly before you can travel around." Disciple understands. Lin Tian Nan's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed. Luo Fan nodded, raised his hand, and helped Lin Tian Nan up. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed at the air. In the air, countless baleful auras condensed into a ball in front of him. He waved his hand lightly, and countless 3-dimensional talismans were inserted into the ball. Following the entry of countless mysterious and complicated 3-dimensional talismans, the baleful auras continued to condense, and finally transformed into a yellow turban warrior that was 16 feet tall, with 3 layers of restrictions in its core. This yellow turban warrior stood on the purple-yellow auspicious cloud that was condensed by the limitless palace, and suddenly bowed to Luo Fan. Yellow turban warrior greets master. This, impressively, was the yellow turban warrior that he directly condensed baleful auras, and with the help of the Hercules summoning technique. With Luo Fan's current cultivation realm, his mastery of this technique had already reached an unfathomable level. Using tangible materials to refine it was no longer necessary, and any materials could be used. Moreover, the yellow turban warriors that were refined using different materials all had different characteristics. Just like this yellow turban warrior that was refined using baleful auras, it had the characteristic of being illusory or real and was difficult to be broken by external forces. Although this was at the cost of weakening its strength, Luo Fan's great sun golden pupils turned, and he had already seen through the yellow turban warrior's essence. He nodded slightly and said to Lin Tian Nan, "This is a yellow turban warrior. Although it is not very strong, it is enough to support your daily needs while you cultivate." "This is still not strong." Lin Tian Nan cried out in his heart. From what he saw, the yellow turban warrior's body was vigorous and condensed, and an awe-inspiring godly aura was constantly emitted from its body. The strength contained within it was already many times stronger than his own, and it was quite strong. At this point, he finally understood how lucky he was to have taken such a formidable and terrifying master as his own. Chapter 136. Mountain Protecting Array. Golden Eyes, seeking the Moon Luo Fan, did not intend to bring Lin Tian Nan to Buzhou Mountain. This was not because he looked down on all of Lin Tian Nan's disciples. It was because, to the current Lin Tian Nan, the density of the chaotic energy on Buzhou Mountain was not something he could endure. To him, Buzhou Mountain was not a holy place for cultivation. Instead, it was a deadly place. Even if Luo Fan brought him to Buzhou Mountain, Luo Fan would have to open up a cave for him that could isolate the chaotic energy, or refine an artifact that could isolate the chaotic energy. If that was the case, it would be better for Lin Tian Nan to open up an ordinary cave in an ordinary location. As for refining this yellow-turbaned strongman, he suddenly remembered that with Lin Tian Nan's current cultivation level, he could go months or even years without eating or drinking. However, he still needed to eat and drink every few months or years. If there was no one to serve him, it would have a huge impact on his cultivation. If he were to suddenly become so hungry that he had to break out of seclusion to look for food, that would be a bit unfair. Luo Fan raised his hand and pointed. A spiritual light rushed out from his hand and entered the Naiwan Palace between Lin Tiannan's eyebrows. It merged with his soul, which was 10 times stronger than an ordinary person's, but it was still far inferior to Luo Fu's. With a loud bang, it exploded and turned into a large amount of memories that contained an endless amount of information. It was a book that Luo Fan had just organized. It was not some kind of mysterious cultivation technique, but rather some general knowledge about the untainted land. It was a basic knowledge that was needed to cultivate in the untainted land. For example, how to refine artifacts, how to observe where there was danger, what could be eaten, what could not be touched, and so on. These things were not important to innate gods, but to Lin Tianan, if he did not say them, he would not be able to figure them out even after thousands of years. It could even bring him countless avoidable dangers. After Lin Tian-nan received the memories that Luo Fan had integrated into his divine soul, he instantly felt dizzy and his head was swollen in pain. His entire head was like an inflated balloon, and a feeling that it was about to burst appeared in his heart. He couldn't help but hold his head with his hands. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes turned white. Luo Fan's spiritual light did not contain any power, nor did it contain his soul. It was just pure memories. However, the amount of information contained within these memories was far too complex and vast for Lin Tiannan's processing ability. This was almost unbearable for him, and his divine soul almost collapsed under the pressure of these memories. After a while, he finally caught his breath. He no longer looked like he was struggling on the verge of death. He stood up, and his eyes seemed a little blank. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be countless words and pictures flashing quickly. After more than half a day, he finally sorted out the complicated and disorderly memories, and his eyes became clear again. Luo Fan's patience was amazing. After waiting here for half a day, he did not show the slightest bit of impatience. Instead, he took advantage of this opportunity to use the Great Sun Golden Pupil to inspect every area within a 10,000-mile radius. By the time Lin Tian-nan woke up, he had already chosen a very suitable place for Lin Tian-nan to live. Tian-nan will never forget Master's great kindness. After Lin Tian-nan woke up, he once again realized how much of an advantage it was for him to be able to become Luo Fan's disciple. It was a great opportunity. The gratitude in his heart was simply indescribable. Only by kowtowing again could he express a fraction of his gratitude. How did you become a kowtowing bug? Luo Fan could not help but shake his head. He helped Lin Tianan up and said, "I do not like this kind of empty ceremony. In the future, you just need to cultivate the ability to walk around the wilderness. That will be the best way to repay me." Disciple understands. Lin Tiannan's eyes revealed a determined expression. Luo Fan nodded. With a thought, the purple-yellow cloud formed by the limitless void palace surged and sank. In a few breaths, It had already arrived at a valley more than 3,000 miles away. This valley was more than 10 miles wide, but the environment was very mysterious. In the middle of the valley, there was a lake more than 20 miles wide. The lake was not big, and the water was clear. However, in the depths of the lake, there was a small, chaotic source of energy. Because of the subtle balance of the environment in the valley, this chaotic source of energy was very stable. Not a single bit of chaotic energy leaked out. The entire valley did not have a single bit of chaotic energy. Instead, it was filled with sentient energy so dense that it almost condensed into clouds. Being nourished by this sentient energy, the inside of the valley seemed to be full of vitality. There were countless plants, flowers, and fruits growing. It looked like a scene of paradise. Surrounding the valley, there were more than 10,000 and 10,000 feet tall mountains. They surrounded the valley and formed a very tight defense. In the future, you will live in this valley. If you do not break through the 9th layer of the spirit-gathering realm, you cannot leave this valley more than 1,000 miles away. Luo Fan waved his hand and dispersed the cloud formed by the limitless void palace. Disciple understands. I will not leave. Although Lin Tian Nan felt that this request was too excessive, he did not dare to argue and respectfully replied. Luo Fan nodded and pointed at the yellow scarf warrior beside him. The yellow scarf warrior dispersed and rushed into Lin Tian Nan's body. It turned into a wave of demonic energy that spread throughout every part of his body. It added a kind of defense that was neither strong nor weak to his body. You stay here and cultivate well. I will be leaving now. Luo Fan saw that everything that needed to be done was done. Lin Tian Nan could handle everything else by himself. He did not want to waste any more time here. After saying this, he turned into a rainbow and prepared to leave. At this time, Lin Tian Nan suddenly shouted, "Master, please wait." Luo Fan looked at Lin Tian Nan's expression and frowned. He already knew what Lin Tian Nan was thinking and directly said, "If you cannot change your fate, you will return indefinitely." After saying this, he did not stop and turned into a rainbow and flew into the sky. His thoughts were clear, and he naturally understood Lin Tian Nan's mentality. Lin Tian Nan would not hesitate to transcend the small world. But after transcending, it was inevitable to want to occasionally return to the many thousand world to have a look. Letting Lin Tian Nan return to the small world was an easy matter for Luo Fan. But if he came every 2 to 3 days, not only would it greatly affect Lin Tian Nan's cultivation, but Luo Fan would also not be able to bear sending him back every 2 to 3 days. Because of this, he set this rule. According to Lin Tian Nan's talent, if he wanted to break through to the 9th rank of spirit gathering and change his fate, he would need at least a few thousand years to the small world. That period of time would be hundreds of thousands of years. At that time, the entire civilization of the small world would have to change several times. Even if Lin Tian Nan went in, he would not be able to see the things he was familiar with. At most, he would go a few times and lose interest. After that, he would naturally focus on cultivation and breaking through. Although this arrangement was a bit cruel to Lin Tian Nan, he had no choice. Since he had already transcended, how could he fall back into depravity again? Reaching thousands of miles in the sky, Luo Fan suddenly stopped and reformed his body. He was still a bit worried after all. After thinking for a while, he lightly clapped his right hand, and a small unit of Fa Li suddenly rushed out from his hand. It suddenly exploded in the air and turned into a gray-brown cloud that was hundreds of feet wide. It quickly condensed and twisted, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a 3-dimensional talisman that looked like the terrain of the low mountain range that Lin Tian Nan was at. After this 3-dimensional talisman formed, it produced an extremely strong suction force that crazily absorbed all the yuan qi in the air. All the aura was continuously compressed and condensed into the 3-dimensional talisman, causing the 3-dimensional talisman to continuously grow. After a while, the 3-dimensional talisman had already grown to the size of 1,000 miles. It was like a real mountain floating in the sky. Seeing that the three-dimensional talisman had already changed to such a form, Luo Fan smiled and suddenly pressed down with his hand. This three-dimensional talisman was like a real mountain. It suddenly fell, and after a while, it landed on the ground with a loud bang. In an instant, it fused with the low mountain range. After the two fused, millions of rays of light shot into the sky. After flashing for 10 breaths of time, it disappeared without a trace. It was Luo Fan. He had used a unit of Fa Li to set up a large mountain protection array for Lin Tiannan. The essence of this large array was Luo Fan's unit of Fa Li. It had infinite power, and an extremely strong defense was indispensable. Even its attack power was not weak. At least if one was not at the Crossing Disaster Realm, it would be impossible to survive under this large array. Seeing this, Luo Fan relaxed. He raised his hand and lightly pointed. A spiritual light that contained the method to control the large array rushed down and entered Lin Tiannan's body in the blink of an eye. However, this spiritual light did not enter Lin Tiannan's soul. Instead, it directly entered the yellow turban warrior's simple spiritual consciousness. Although this large array was casually created by Luo Fan, it still far exceeded Lin Tiannan's knowledge. If he had to explain it clearly, the amount of content was not something that Lin Tiannan's soul could handle. Without waiting for Lin Tiannan's reaction, Luo Fan's mind changed. His body turned into a rainbow and continued to rush up. In a short while, he had rushed through the 9 layers of astral wind, lightning, and fire and arrived under the endless starry sky. He already had the Pangu Chaotic Heavenly Pupil, left chapter. Now, he needed to find the right chapter to cultivate so that both his eyes could contain great power. According to the fact that Pangu's left, I was the sun, and his right, I was the moon, the left chapter could be comprehended on the sun. The right chapter could definitely be found on the moon. Regarding this kind of advantage that he already knew of and could easily obtain as long as he found the place, Luo Fan would not be stupid enough to give up. He was looking forward to the power of the right chapter. Chapter 137. Tying moonlight, the sun and the moon were the two celestial bodies that Luo Fan was most familiar with. In the untainted land, these two celestial bodies appeared and disappeared with the alternation of day and night. They illuminated the entire untainted land in a selfless way. They brought the endless essence of the sun and the moon to all living things in the untainted land. However, this kind of operation was just a visual effect produced by the mysterious effect of the endless starry sky. In fact, both the sun and the moon were in the depths of the endless starry sky, in that mysterious and unfathomable position. Whether it was the distance from the untainted land or the size of it, they were many times larger than what he saw in the untainted land. After Luo Fan deduced the position of the moon with the help of the golden eyes of the great sun, he did not stop. With a thought, the Wuji Void Palace turned into a purple-yellow light and wrapped around him. It rushed up and instantly entered the endless starry sky. After confirming the direction that he had deduced, Luo Fan used the effect of the Wuji Void Palace to teleport in the boundless void. With Luo Fan's figure, he flashed rapidly towards the location of the moon. After a while, Luo Fan was wrapped by the Wuji Void Palace and arrived in front of a huge star. This star was almost infinitely far away from the sun. Although they were both in the depths of the endless starry sky, they seemed to be in two completely different directions. It was like the two ends of the endless starry sky, separated by countless stars. The moon was the same size as the sun, but it emitted a silver light, like a silver ice ball. Endless tiny moonlight radiated from the star and radiated in all directions. It reached an unknown place, and through some very mysterious method, it penetrated the endless starry sky and entered the untainted land, illuminating the night of the untainted land. Feeling the extreme and coldest moonlight in the void, Luo Fan smiled faintly. He took a step forward and used the teleportation power of the everlasting Void Palace to bring him to the moon. In contrast to the vibrant vitality of the sun, the entire moon was deathly silent. There was not a single trace of life within a radius of 10 million miles. There was no sign of life, not even a single sound. An indescribable coldness wrapped around his body and poured into his body. Even under the protection of the limitless void palace, he still felt cold all over his body. He even felt like he was about to be frozen. Only when he had completely circulated his FA did he feel the coldness leave him, and his body no longer felt stiff. Luo Fan's purpose in coming to the moon was very clear, but it wasn't to admire the moon. Therefore, with the help of the limitless void palace's amplification of perception, in the blink of an eye, he had already imprinted the heaven and earth within a radius of 3 million miles into his mind and consciousness. He was carefully searching for the crypt that could penetrate deep into the center of the moon. It's a pity that the great sun golden pupil seems to be extremely suppressed here. Otherwise, I could just dive in. Luo Fan sighed in his heart. This moon looked like a silver ice ball, but in reality, it wasn't formed by real ice. The seemingly solid ice below was actually condensed to the extreme by the extreme moonlight essence of extreme and extreme coldness, finally condensing into a solid form. This kind of Earth was different from the real Earth. If one could see through it and know the distribution of what was real and what was fake, one would be able to fly in the void without any hindrance. It would be like flying in the surface of the sun. The limitless void palace carried Luo Fan's body through the void. Every time they flew, they would travel millions of miles. After a few times, Luo Fan finally saw the entire surface of the moon clearly. Finally, in a very hidden corner, he found a crypt that was tens of thousands of feet in diameter. So it's here. Luo Fan was overjoyed. With a shake of his body, he moved through the void and arrived at the side of the crypt. Just now, with the help of the limitless void palace's ability to enhance his senses, he had already reflected the entire moon's surface into his mind through several void transmissions. He had a rough idea of the shape of the moon's surface, and he also discovered the difference between the moon's surface and the sun's surface. On the surface of the sun, there were 129,600 crypts that could directly lead to the center of the sun. However, on the surface of the moon, there was only one crypt that could lead to the center. Apart from that, there was no other way. Between these two, one was extremely complicated and the other was extremely simple. However, there was an indescribable mystery contained in them. Standing next to the crypt, an incomparably dense and condensed lunar essence that was formed in the form of gas gushed out from the crypt. Like a huge fountain, it constantly dispersed, diffused, and gradually dissipated in the void. Among them, there were countless mysterious and unimaginably profound three-dimensional talismans engraved around the crypt. They emitted a boundless power, restricting the lunar essence that was gushing out from the crypt. This caused the lunar essence that should have been condensed into a solid state to exist in the form of gas. After Luo Fan came to the moon, the great sun golden pupil seemed to be suppressed by a mysterious power. It could not produce any effect at all. Therefore, Luo Fan could not see through the essence of these profound three-dimensional talismans at all. He only knew that these three-dimensional talismans were unimaginably complicated. Seeing the great sun golden pupil being suppressed so forcefully, Luo Fan did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he was very excited. This was because he knew that this meant that the Pangu chaotic heavenly pupil, right part, was almost certain to be contained in the moon. What the left eye could not see, only the right eye could see. Looking at the crypt, Luo Fan's heart moved, and he wanted to rush down into it. Suddenly, a very strange feeling welled up in his heart. It flashed across his mind and instantly attracted his attention. This feeling was very strange, as if there was some kind of opportunity down there. Frowning slightly, Luo Fan's mental cultivation method of the yin-yang test method flowed through his mind. His right hand moved, trying to calculate what kind of opportunity it was. However, no matter how much he calculated, he could not deduce whether this opportunity was related to him. nor could he deduce where this opportunity was. After a while, Luo Fan had no choice but to give up this meaningless action. At the same time, he knew that this feeling was far too vague. Even if he used the Earth Immortal's heavenly escape array to deduce, this would be the result. Therefore, he didn't stay any longer. His silhouette quivered, and under the protection of the Palace of the Infinite Void, he dashed forward. He dashed straight into the hole that was hundreds of thousands of meters in diameter and sank down at a steady pace. An unimaginable amount of energy suddenly appeared around his body. Though it disappeared as soon as he used his spiritual energy, he could still feel that his body was slightly affected. Knowing that this energy was the effect of the 3D talismans around the crypt, Luo Fan was not surprised. Using his mental energy, a mental cultivation method flowed through his mind. Then, 2 rays of golden light shot out of his eyes and shone on the walls of the crypt. He imprinted the 3D talismans on the walls of the crypt into his mind. He was borrowing the power of the golden eyes of the great sun, but it was not suppressed on the moon. He was trying his best to see through the origin of these 3D talismans. Comparing the 3D talismans around the crypt with the 3D talismans around the great sun, Luo Fan knew that these 3D talismans were thousands of times more complicated than the 3D talismans around the great sun. The complicated and mysterious lines made Luo Fan need a long time to completely imprint them into his mind. Following this change, the speed at which he was sinking slowed down by a few times. It took him 3 days and 3 nights to travel a distance of 1,080,000 miles and arrive at the center of the moon, where the 3D talismans were. Seeing the space supported by this huge 3D talisman, Luo Fan could not help but exclaim in admiration. Unlike the center of the sun, which was magnificent and explosive, the center of the moon was extremely quiet and elegant. Countless silver lights condensed into strands of energy lines, which were constantly outlining, twisting, and changing in this vast space, forming a 3-dimensional talisman that was as complicated and profound as the center of the sun, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of square miles. The whole thing was extremely quiet and beautiful. Even though Luo Fan wanted something in his heart, he could not help but feel his heart calm down. He almost wanted to immerse himself in this rare, beautiful scenery. Just as I expected, after a long time, he let out a long breath and showed a smile as if everything was under control. Since he was already here, Luo Fan was not in a hurry to start deducing. Instead, his body shook and he teleported to the center of the huge 3D talisman, in front of the 3D talisman barrier that was like the center of the sun. His eyes focused on the huge and complicated 3D talisman in front of him, and his mind started to work frantically. There were also specks of spiritual light constantly flashing within. Although the 3D talisman in the center of the moon was completely different from the center of the sun, they were both created by the Eye of Pangu after all. Therefore, they had a mysterious connection. Since Luo Fan had already deduced the 3D talisman in the center of the sun, it was much easier for him to deduce the gate of the 3D talisman barrier in front of him. Therefore, after a short while, he knew the result. With a shake of his right hand, thousands of 3-dimensional talisman images rushed out from within, and they madly absorbed the energy of the moon and moon that dispersed in the surroundings, causing these 3-dimensional talismans to ceaselessly condense and materialize. In the end, with a sudden press, they were pressed into the talisman barrier before him, and they instantly formed a door. An incomparably dense, primordial energy seeped out from the door. Chapter 138. Luo Fan's Sin. Bao Er's birth through the door made of 3-dimensional talismans. One could clearly see that there was a gray ocean filled with liquid primal chaos chi at the center of the moon. It's actually like this? Seeing such a scene, Luo Fan was shocked. The situation at the center of the moon was completely out of his expectations. It was completely different from the center of the sun. Although he was shocked, Luo Fan did not hesitate. Immediately, he stepped into the door. In an instant, he felt as if he had jumped into the bottom of the sea. There was an extremely warm and comfortable feeling in his heart. At the same time, he also felt that the surrounding liquid, chaotic yuan qi was extremely powerful to him, but it did not make him feel uncomfortable at all. It was very mysterious. The endless gray liquid around him was condensed from primal chaos qi. It had all sorts of unbelievable power. Not only did it obstruct Luo Fan's vision, but it also affected his senses. His senses were limited to a radius of 100 feet around him. Under such circumstances, Luo Fan looked around and released his senses. However, he could not see the end of the gray liquid ball. He could not sense if there was an innate god being born in the center of the moon. Controlling the limitless palace in the void, Luo Fan quickly traversed every inch of space in the center of the moon, looking at every location. As expected, there is no innate god being born. After knowing what he needed to know, Luo Fan returned to the door opened by the talisman and sighed. The size of the center of the moon looked no different from the outside world. Obviously, the talisman barrier in the center did not have the power to compress space like the center of the sun. After looking through the space that was hundreds of thousands of miles in diameter, Luo Fan realized that there was nothing in the center of the moon other than primal chaos qi. There was not even a bit of impurities other than primal chaos qi, let alone spiritual consciousness. In reality, Luo Fan had already expected this when he saw so much primal chaos qi in the center of the moon. After all, if there was an innate god, the chaotic vital qi in the center of the moon should have been mostly extracted. How could it have condensed into such a thick liquid state? Because he had yet to deduce the entire talisman, Luo Fan did not know what special characteristics the space in the center had. Therefore, he could not analyze the existence of the central area. He shook his head inwardly and took a step out of the door. In the blink of an eye, he had once again returned to the enormous three-dimensional talisman in the outside world, and once again entered this beautiful and elegant world that flickered with silver light. As he took this step forward, the gate behind him that was attached to the three-dimensional talisman in the center collapsed with a loud rumble, turning back into countless three-dimensional talismans and lunar essence of nothingness. They disappeared without a trace after being swept by the dense lunar essence of the surrounding lunar essence. After satisfying his curiosity, Luo Fan did not delay any further. With a thought, a mantra flowed through his mind. Two beams of golden light shone out of his eyes, covering the hundreds of thousands of miles wide spherical three-dimensional talisman as much as possible and constantly rebuilding the talisman in his mind. And this project was obviously quite huge. After spending an unknown amount of time, perhaps a few hours or perhaps a few days, and walking through the entire spherical space of hundreds of thousands of miles on the moon countless times, Luo Fan finally succeeded and rebuilt the entire three-dimensional talisman in the center of the moon in his mind. He had already memorized the entire spherical three-dimensional seal with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of miles. As Luo Fan completely memorized the three-dimensional talisman, the strange feeling that suddenly appeared when he stepped on the moon once again appeared in his mind. This time, Luo Fan instantly grasped this feeling. So it's Guang Pu's opportunity. After grasping this feeling, a wave of enlightenment appeared in his mind, and he understood the reason for this strange feeling. Guang Pu was Luo Fan's direct disciple. Her fortuitous encounter was naturally related to Luo Fan, but it wasn't Luo Fan's fortuitous encounter. As a result, this feeling of fortuitous encounter seemed to be right, but was actually not. After understanding the source of this lucky chance, Luo Fan didn't feel depressed because this lucky chance wasn't his. Instead, he felt relaxed. His disciple's lucky chance wasn't much different from his own. With a slight thought, he sensed Zhifeng Boy in the untainted land through some very mysterious connection. Through Zhifeng Boy's perception, the current situation of Guang Pu and Luo Fu appeared in his mind in the blink of an eye. No way. As soon as Luo Fan saw Guang Pu and Luo Fu, he was shocked. It had been decades since Luo Fan last saw the two of them. At this time, Luo Fu, who should have looked like a 12-year-old boy, had changed his appearance greatly. Incredibly, he had become a young man in his 20s. His tall, handsome appearance was full of an indescribable charm. He and the elegant Guang Pu, who was standing beside him, were like a match made in heaven. One's appearance was born from one's heart. After traveling for decades, one's mental age had increased, so it affected one's appearance and made one's appearance mature. Luo Fan understood this, so he was not too surprised. What surprised him was that there was a 4 or 5-year-old child between Guang Pu and Luo Fu. He was holding Guang Pu's hand in one hand and Luo Fu's hand in the other. He was running and laughing. Although he couldn't use the great sun golden eyes to see through this child because he borrowed Zhifeng Boy's eyes through Zhifeng Boy's memory, he knew that this child was the son of Guang Pu and Luo Fu. I didn't expect that I would have a grandson. Luo Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Through Zhifeng Boy's memory, he already knew the cause and effect of this matter. Speaking of which, this matter was caused by the yin-yang harmony method left by Luo Fan. That day, Luo Fan saw that there was some ambiguity between Luo Fu and Guang Pu, so he was mischievous and left such a dual cultivation method. At that time, he just wanted to play a prank on the two of them. However, he didn't expect that the ambiguity between Luo Fu and Guang Pu was far beyond his imagination. When they saw this method, it was as if they had found a treasure. That night, they tried it out as if the sky was their quilt and the ground was their bed. That wonderful feeling made them, who had never experienced it before, extremely addicted. From then on, they never got tired of it. Although this method was casually created by Luo Fan, it was quite profound. Not only did it feel wonderful to cultivate, but the speed of improvement was also not slow. Because the difference between Luo Fu and Guang Pu was too big, the one who benefited more was Luo Fu. In just a few days, Luo Fu's primordial core, which had already begun to crack, was completely shattered. The divine fire was completely ignited, and he stepped into the third realm of the Dantian spirit shaping technique, the divine fire realm. He was one step closer to the crossing disaster realm that Guang Pu was currently in. Although Guang Pu did not improve much, she only spent less than a month to completely consolidate the realm that originally needed a few years. It was difficult to even find living beings in the primordial world, so there was no morality or shame. The two of them obtained this benefit and were never tired of it. They cultivated this method almost day and night. If one often walked by the river, how could one not get their shoes wet? Finally, 10 years later, when the two of them were cultivating, Luo Fu's essence leaked out. Under the intercourse of yin and yang, a bit of vitality was born in Guang Pu's stomach. Although the two of them did not understand the human world, they could sense what that bit of vitality was. They could not help but be shocked. They knew that this dual cultivation method was extremely dangerous, so they restrained themselves. However, even though they restrained themselves, that bit of vitality had already been nurtured and could not be changed. After all, it was their flesh and blood. How could the two of them be willing to harm it? So they spent 10 years nourishing it and finally gave birth to a baby boy. And during these 10 years, Luo Fu knew that he had a responsibility, so his mental age grew rapidly. His appearance also grew along with his mental growth from a 12-year-old boy to a young man in his 20s. After seeing the cause and effect clearly from Zhifeng Boy's memory, Luo Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. After all, this change had greatly exceeded his expectations. He had never thought that his momentary mischievousness would cause such a result. However, leaving this method can let Fu mature quickly. It can be considered a successful arrangement. After sighing, Luo Fan secretly felt a little proud. On the other side, Luo Fan was in a state of ups and downs because of the changes in the past few decades. The family of three walking in the primordial world had a dispute. Senior brother, it's been more than 20 years. Bauer, it can't be nameless all the time, Guang Pu said to Luo Fu with some dissatisfaction. At this time, the family of three was climbing a mountain of more than 100,000 feet high. They were now halfway up the mountain. This name is extremely important to Bauer. Even you can't be sure which name is the best for Bauer. It's better to wait until we see father and ask him. Luo Fu said with some hesitation. Wait until I see Master. How long do we have to wait? Maybe Bao. Or we'll have a child by then. Guang Pu frowned and questioned. I don't think so. Bao grows so slowly. We still have at least a few hundred years. Luo Fu scratched his head and said with a smile. What? You really want to wait until Bao becomes an adult before giving him a name? Guang Pu raised her eyebrows and said angrily. Guang Pu was graceful and beautiful. However, such anger made Luo Fu feel lighter. After the yin-yang harmony law made their relationship clear, the two of them were no longer as ignorant as before. They already knew how important each other was to them. Perhaps they did not have the concept of love, but they knew that they were an inseparable whole. There was no difference between them and a real husband and wife. I didn't mean that, Luo Fu hurriedly explained. Humph. Guang Pu was still very dissatisfied. She turned her head and couldn't be bothered with Luo Fu anymore. Seeing that Guang Pu was dissatisfied, Luo Fu couldn't help but feel anxious. He frowned and carefully thought about what to do. Chapter 139. Husband and wife, pure yang body, then what are you waiting for? Guang Pu was pleasantly surprised and urged when she heard that there was still a wonderful method passed down by Hongjun. Don't rush. Although this method may succeed, we still need to prepare. At this time, Luo Fu already had some of the charm of a senior brother. Although his cultivation was not comparable to Guang Pu's, he really had the dignity of the head of a family, especially when comforting Guang Pu. Hearing Luo Fu's comfort, Guang Pu was still a little anxious, but she did not urge him anymore. She just pulled Bao aside and asked Luo Fu to prepare quickly. If he was not ready, he was not allowed to talk to them. Seeing that Guang Pu pulled Bao aside, Luo Fu could not help smiling bitterly, but his eyes were full of tenderness. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and waved. From the sun and moon in his chest, more than a dozen materials rushed out and floated in front of him. At this time, the power in Luo Fu's body was boundless, and the quality was also quite pure. Although it was not as mysterious as the colorless and transparent energy that Guang Pu and Hongjun and other innate gods had before they entered the crossing disaster realm, it was much more condensed and pure than ordinary primordial energy. The dazzling blue divine fire that he had painstakingly cultivated was burning and condensing at the top of his head where the mud pill palace was. It completely replaced his mud pill palace, and his divine soul was wrapped in this divine fire, constantly enduring the burning, nourishment, and refinement of the divine fire. The vigorous power in his body originated from this dazzling blue divine fire. It flowed around his body, refined his body, absorbed energy, and finally returned to this divine fire. The Origin Core Soul sculpting technique, created by Luo Fan, was naturally not something an ordinary cultivation technique could compare to. Not only was the absorption efficiency of energy extremely high, the endless innate yuan qi in the surroundings poured into his body, but the energy that was refined had reached the limit that it could reach, and there was almost no loss in the process. Apart from this, it also contained many mysterious application techniques. Luo Fu's mind stirred, and he chose one of the refining methods among these application methods. With a gentle wave of his hand, hundreds of three-dimensional talisman shadows were cast out by him, fusing with the materials released from the sun and moon in his chest. Although these 3D talismans were tens of thousands of times weaker than the 3D talismans that Luo Fan had casually cast out, the degree of profoundness was quite similar to the 3D talismans cast out by Luo Fan. When it was inserted into the material quickly melted and gradually took shape. It didn't take long for it to be shaped into a 10-feet-long square table, and there was even an ancient bronze incense burner placed on top of it. The incense burner was filled with sand refined from the earth element essence. The square table and the incense burner looked ordinary, but in fact, they could be regarded as simple magic tools that didn't even have a layer of restrictions. They didn't have any special effects, but they could make the effect of prayers better. These methods weren't very profound. In Guang Pu's eyes, they could only be regarded as simple and crude. Therefore, she didn't pay much attention to them. Her expression didn't change at all, and she was just quietly guessing what kind of method it was that required such strange things. However, Bao was very surprised. She was very interested in what her father was doing. She stood there and stared at him. Her eyes were as clear as water, and she looked very innocent, romantic, and adorable. Luo Fu occasionally rolled his eyes, and when he saw Bao Er's behavior, he couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand and said, "Bao Er, come here, let your grandfather take a look at you." "What's a grandfather?" Bao Er revealed a puzzled look when she heard this, and asked with a childish voice. "Oh, it's my father's father," Luo Fu explained. "My father also has a father. So strange, I thought I was the only one with a father. Bao Er, be good, come with me." Guang Pu couldn't stand it anymore. She glared angrily at Luo Fu and pulled Bao Er to the square table. "You're making it so serious. If you can't contact Master, you'll be in trouble tonight." Guang Pu scolded Luo Fu in a low voice. It's fine. Back then, seeing your brother only needed a simple ceremony to contact Dad. Now, I've even refined a prayer Dharma artifact." Luo Fu hurriedly replied softly. As he said this, he reached in his chest and took out a few branches that were condensed from the essence of wood from the sun and moon. With the guidance of the divine fire, he had refined them into 3 incense sticks. The divine fire that he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years could mostly change the nature of the soul. But it was a fire, after all, so it was not a problem to make something small. After Luo Fu knelt in front of the square table, he pulled Guang Pu and Bao Er and asked them to do what he did. "Now, kneel with me and pray with all your heart." After the two of them did what they were told, he separated the 3 incense sticks and asked them to hold one each. Then he knelt in front of the square table, prayed, and put the incense sticks into the incense burner. After the 3 incense sticks were put into the incense burner, smoke rose 3 feet above the incense burner and then suddenly disappeared. It was as if the smoke was going to some unfathomable place through some kind of tunnel. "I pray to Father. Please show yourself, Father." This nondescript prayer went through some kind of mysterious mechanism, crossed infinite space, and entered the mind of Luo Fan, who was in the center of the moon. Sensing the prayer in his mind, Luo Fan could not help but smile bitterly. Disciple Guang Pu prays to revered master, begging revered master to show yourself. Guang Pu's prayer was slightly better. As for Bao Er, there was no need to think about it. His prayer was heartless, so it could not reach Luo Fan's mind. However, what else could he ask of a child? As Guang Pu and Luo Fu prayed, the scene around Luo Fu and Guang Pu involuntarily appeared in Luo Fan's mind. This scene was completely different from observing with the eyes of Jifeng Boy. It was more blurry and illusory, as if it could collapse and disappear at any time. After all, the distance between the two of them was too far, and they even crossed space. To be able to transmit it to Luo Fan, it was already because the various rules and great Tao of the primordial world that had not completely evolved were extremely powerful. "Did you call me here because of something difficult to solve?" With a thought, Luo Fan condensed a phantom 3 feet above the square table. The phantom sat there cross-legged, and its entire body emitted an indescribable charm, as if it contained infinite great Tao. Ordinary people only needed to visualize this image to condense their soul and obtain incredible power. Seeing Luo Fan's figure really appear, Guang Pu and Luo Fu could not help but be overjoyed. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Father, Master, long live." Luo Fan smiled. His body shook slightly, and he landed beside them. He raised his hand, and an invisible force appeared out of nowhere, lifting the 3 of them up. "Are you Grandpa, my father's father?" Bao Er looked at Luo Fan with sparkling eyes and asked in a childish voice. "That's right, I'm your father's father. Come here, let Grandpa see you." Luo Fan smiled and waved his hand. Luo Fu and Guang Pu looked at each other. They were both extremely surprised that Luo Fan knew that Bao Er was their son. However, After thinking about it, they could only think that Luo Fan's power was not something they could understand. Luo Fan's body was condensed from the incense, and the time it could exist was the time that the 3 incense sticks burned. Although it was condensed from the incense, under Luo Fan's control, it also had all kinds of mysterious power. At least, it could touch objects, use the surrounding primordial chi to use all kinds of abilities, and even fight, not to mention carrying a child. He bent down, picked Bao up, and refined a stream of pure primordial chi into Bao-Er's body, making Bao-Er feel warm and comfortable as if he was in his mother's body. Bao-Er fell asleep unknowingly. "Look at what you two have done." Luo Fan frowned and shouted at Guang Pu and Luo Fu when he saw Bao-Er sleeping. Although Guang Pu and Luo Fu didn't know what shame was and what morality was, they felt a little uneasy about taking Bao out without Luo Fan's knowledge. They felt that it was really inappropriate to do so. Hearing Luo Fan shout, they hurriedly knelt down, not daring to say another word. "I asked you to travel around the untainted land to find the spiritual root of chaos, but you two actually gave birth to a grandson for me. Now it has been almost 100 years, but we are still nearly 100 million miles away from the spiritual root of chaos." Luo Fan frowned and scolded them. "I know I was wrong." Guang Pu and Luo Fu naturally didn't dare to refute and could only admit their mistakes in a low voice. After scolding them, Luo Fan didn't say anything more. After all, the root of this matter was himself. If he hadn't been mischievous at that time, Bao-Er might have been born again, but it would have been at least tens of thousands of years later. After venting his anger a little, Luo Fan asked them to stand up and went to the side. He raised his hand and waved and dug out a piece of mountain. He casually guided the innate chi in the surroundings to refine it, then refined a few tables and chairs and placed them aside. After asking Luo Fu and Guang Pu to sit down, Luo Fan asked them about their experiences in the past decades, the progress of their cultivation, and whether they had any questions. In these years, both Luo Fu and Guang Pu had made some breakthroughs in their cultivation, so they naturally had many questions to ask Luo Fan. Therefore, for a moment, they forgot the main purpose of summoning Luo Fan and began to ask Luo Fan about the problems they had encountered in their cultivation. When it came to the two of them, Luo Fan naturally wouldn't hide anything. He answered their questions attentively and casually evolved various spells and divine abilities, which made the two of them feel enlightened. All the problems that they had encountered in the past few decades were easily solved, and they instantly felt that their cultivation realm seemed to have improved a little. Of course, none of the questions they asked were related to the yin-yang harmony art, even though they had cultivated this dual cultivation technique the most. However, Luo Fan seemed as if nothing had happened, and he also explained the yin-yang harmony art, pointing out the various points that the two of them needed to pay attention to when cultivating, causing Luo Fu and Guang Pu to feel rather uncomfortable. When he finished speaking, the 3 incense sticks were almost burned out. At this time, Guang Pu and Luo Fu finally remembered the purpose of summoning Luo Fan, and they hurriedly begged Luo Fan to give Bao-Er a name. Chapter 140. The Jade Toad that obtained treasure the body that Luo Fan condensed with the help of the 3 incense sticks was an illusory body. It was not his original body, and it was not even his incarnation. However, the illusory body of the incense flame was very mysterious. It allowed Luo Fan to use the senses of this illusory body and the eyes of this illusory body to see through Bao-Er's essence. Relatively speaking, this illusory body was more useful to him than the body of Jifeng Boy. At least, he could see more with the eyes of this Joss Flame illusory body than with the eyes of Jifeng Boy. Therefore, when he came into contact with Bao-Er just now, he saw through Bao-Er's constitution and essence. He also knew that Bao-Er had the rare pure yang body. This kind of constitution could be said to be born after birth. It was the most suitable constitution for cultivation, but it was only one level lower than that of innate gods. The reason why Bao-Er had this kind of constitution was not difficult to understand. It could even be said to be very simple. Guangpu was originally an innate god, and her original body was transformed from a divine tree. She was born with endless vitality, and because she cultivated the lunar divine with technique, she had a bit of extreme yin essence. As for Luo Fu, he was transformed from the formless talisman ghost. Although he had cultivated to the realm of reconstructing his soul, it was difficult for him to change his extreme yin essence. Thus, when the two combined, it was the extreme yin that gave birth to Yang, and Bao with the pure Yang body was born. This was also a situation that could only happen at a specific time. If Bao had a younger brother or sister in the future, it would be difficult for him to obtain a pure Yang body that was suitable for cultivation. This was because, whether it was Guangpu or Luo Fu, their constitutions were constantly transforming as their cultivation increased. It would be difficult for them to have such a chance in the future. Hearing Luo Fan say that Bao's path of cultivation was 100 times smoother than his, Luo Fu was not displeased at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. He said, "Dad, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give Bao a name that suits him the best. Also, give your grandson a cultivation technique so that he can cultivate properly." Although Guangpu didn't interrupt, she also looked at Luo Fan with anticipation. Luo Fan smiled and said, "There's no need to say such things. Even though Bao is your son, he is also my grandson. I will naturally not mistreat him." As he spoke, he patted Bao-er's head with a loving look in his eyes. He continued, "Bao-er is born with a pure Yang body, so there's no need for a complicated name. Let's just call him Luo Chunyang. As for the cultivation technique, there was no need to rush. This pure Yang body had only appeared for less than 100 years, so it was still a long way from perfection. If he were to start cultivating now, not only would it take twice the effort for half the result, but it would also hinder the growth of the pure Yang body. That would not be ideal. It would be better to wait until the pure Yang body reaches perfection before passing on the cultivation technique for him to cultivate. Luo Chunyang. This name sounds rather domineering. Why didn't I think of it? When Luo Fu heard the name Luo Chunyang, he had a very strange feeling. It was as if the name existed for his son. How could he not know that the name was the most suitable for Bao? He couldn't help but be overjoyed. As for the cultivation aspect, since Luo Fan said so, then it must be so. How could he have any objections? How can you compare to Master? Don't embarrass yourself. Guangpu saw Luo Fu being so embarrassed and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Then, she turned to Luo Fan and said, "Master, we don't have Master's almighty ability, yet we can't tell when the pure Yang body will reach perfection. How can we know when is the best time for Bao to cultivate?" Luo Fan smiled and opened his right hand. In an instant, it was as if a black hole had appeared in his palm. A very strong gravitational force appeared out of nowhere, and countless innate vitality in the mountain kept gathering in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it had formed a small but very strong whirlpool covering his palm. After a while, the whirlpool calmed down, and the object formed by countless innate vitality appeared in his right palm. It was a three-dimensional talisman in the shape of a bright moon. It was simple and unadorned, but it contained some sort of profound mystery. This talisman has the ability to detect the growth of the pure Yang body. When Bao-er's pure Yang body reaches perfection, it will emit a red light that will only be visible to the two of you. As he spoke, Luo Fan raised his hand and slapped the three-dimensional talisman onto Bao-er's back. In an instant, specks of light were emitted, and after a while, they calmed down. "Thank you, Father Master." Luo Fu and Guangpu were overjoyed and thanked him. Luo Fan nodded and looked at the 3 incense sticks on the incense burner. They had burned to the end, and there were only a few sparks left. So, without further delay, he said, "Although the two of you have made a small breakthrough, cultivation is boundless, and you must not slack. Also, remember, the two of you are no longer alone. If your cultivation is not enough, how can you protect Bao in the future? Don't think too much. I'll go." As he spoke, he withdrew his consciousness. The incense's illusory body dispersed, and turned back into a stick of incense. With a wave of innate vitality, it dissipated in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. Bauer, who was in his arms, was held up by an invisible force and floated in the air. He seemed to be very relaxed. Bauer, Luo Fu and Guang Pu originally thought that Luo Fan was just giving them a routine encouragement before they left, and they didn't pay much attention to it. But when they heard it, they understood the importance of what Luo Fan said. They remembered that they were no longer alone, and they had responsibilities. They couldn't help but shiver. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They knew that each other's determination to cultivate had been stimulated by Luo Fan's words. "Oh, where's Grandpa?" At this time, Bauer had already woken up. He rubbed his eyes and called out sleepily, "Grandpa's already gone back. If Bao wants to see Grandpa, we'll bring you next time." Luo Fu came back to his senses and called Bauer over with a smile. At this moment, a ray of silver light descended from the sky like a heavenly pillar. It came from an unknown height and directly connected to where Luo Fu and his family of three were. There was a soft chi sound. The silver light that was like a pillar in the sky suddenly retracted, and an object appeared. It was a silver pill the size of a fist. Silver light flowed on the pill, as if it was outlining some kind of profound and unfathomable pattern. Its texture was extremely keen and cold, but it also appeared extremely elegant. There was also an extremely mysterious aura coming from it. The pill floated in front of Luo Fu and his family, and it slowly rotated. In the process, there was even a faint heavenly sound coming from the small ball. Hearing this heavenly sound, Luo Fu and his family felt a faint joy emerge in their hearts. At the same time, their emotions became extremely calm. "Bauer, come quickly. Thank Grandpa for giving you this treasure." Luo Fu thought for a moment and was overjoyed. He pulled Bauer over and said, after being reminded by Luo Fu, Guang Pu also noticed the abnormality of the pill. A joyful smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Bauer, come quickly and kneel to thank Grandpa." Although Bauer was currently in a daze, he still obediently kneeled in front of the pill and said, "Thank Grandpa." Then his small figure bowed down like an adult. As he bowed, the silver pill suddenly trembled and suddenly exploded, turning into a silver cloud that was 30 feet in diameter. There were countless profound and unfathomable energy lines twisting and circling in the silver cloud, forming layers of mysterious and complicated restrictions. These restrictions were like the gears of a clock, constantly grinding and reforming. In just a breath, they had changed into tens of thousands of forms. Finally, the silver cloud that was 30 feet in diameter condensed into a silver jade toad that was 10 feet in diameter. This jade toad did not appear ugly or terrifying. Instead, its structure was exquisite and light flowed around it. Under the illumination of the silver light, it looked even more adorable, and anyone who saw it could not help but want to touch it. Bao-er's reaction was even more direct. When he saw the jade toad, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Thank Grandpa!" He suddenly pounced on the back of the jade toad, and his face could not help but rub against the rise and fall of the jade toad's back. That pure and joyful smile almost made the world come alive. "Goo!" The jade toad called out softly, and its especially lively eyes shone with a pure and clear light, as if it was very comfortable. This jade toad was naturally not a real living thing, but a magic tool that was condensed and refined from the lunar essence of the extreme Yin. It contained 36 restrictions. Although it was not a magic tool, its consciousness was quite complete, and it could change its form at will. It was very useful. In terms of defense, even if Guang Pu, who was in the crossing disaster realm, wanted to break it, she would need to spend a lot of effort to do so. After Luo Fu and Guang Pu carefully observed this magic tool, they could not help but smile bitterly. "Dad, oh Dad, we all know you love Bauer, but you gave him such a powerful magic tool. How are we going to discipline him in the future? I can't even break the defense of this magic tool." Luo Fu lamented. Luo Fan naturally would not pay attention to Luo Fu's family of three. Just now, after his consciousness returned to his body, he casually gathered the lunar essence of the extreme in around him and condensed it into a solid ball with a diameter of hundreds of feet. He then inserted 36 restrictions, and finally, the silver jade toad-shaped magic tool was formed. In reality, this magic tool was similar to the white gas magic tool that Luo Fu used most often, which could change into all kinds of forms to attack and defend. Other than the improvement of Luo Fan's cultivation realm, which made this magic tool more mysterious and more agile, there were no other profound secrets. Of course, he did not need to spend much effort. Therefore, he only spent a short time refining this magic tool and directly teleported it to the primordial world, and it landed in front of Luo Fu's family of 3. Luo Fan was not worried that Luo Fu and the others did not know what he meant. He did not bother to leave a message, so he directly sent it over and did not care about it anymore. Originally, when Luo Fan met with Luo Fu and the others this time, he planned to tell Guang Pu that there was an opportunity on the moon for Guang Pu, so that Guang Pu could come to the moon as soon as possible and take away the opportunity. However, after seeing Guang Pu, he was greatly disappointed. Guang Pu actually didn't care much about the spiritual root of chaos that he had pointed out to her previously. In the past 100 years, she was still hundreds of millions of miles away from the location of the spiritual root of chaos. It was obvious that she wasn't interested in this opportunity. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. Divine Wood Osmanthus. Bright Moon Silver Eyes. Luo Fan relaxed his body and sat cross-legged in the void. With a slight movement of his mind, the mana that was constantly circulating in his body to expel the coldness and the invisible force that was affecting his body suddenly rushed out of his body. Outside his body, the space that the Wuji Palace had created twisted and changed. In the blink of an eye, a large formation that looked like an earthly immortal's fruit of Wei was laid out. The shape was extremely mysterious, and there was an indescribable mystery being nurtured within it. This was the earthly immortal's heavenly escape formation that had extremely powerful calculation abilities and consumed a lot of energy. Without the protection created by the circulation of mana, Luo Fan instantly felt extremely cold, almost as if he was going to be frozen. Moreover, there was an extremely mysterious force that was placed on his body, hindering all his movements and making it difficult for him to even move. Fortunately, this kind of coldness did not affect him too much. Although it was uncomfortable, it did not affect his body's functions. Moreover, he did not need to do anything in the following period of time. Although the force was still there, it did not affect him much. Therefore, he did not care much about these two changes. After the formation was constructed, Luo Fan's consciousness, which was in the center of the formation, instantly merged with the formation. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a god of creation that suppressed the past, present, and future. His entire body emitted a supreme and noble aura. At the same time, in his consciousness, there was a feeling of omniscience and omniscience. Although it was not the first time he felt this feeling, when he had it again, he still felt very fascinated. With a strong will, Luo Fan forcibly extricated himself from his fascination. With a slight movement of his mind, he threw the memory of the 3D talisman in the center of the moon into the formation. In an instant, the formation was activated and the entire three-dimensional seal was constructed. It constantly twisted and changed and flowed endlessly. At the same time, there were countless profound and complicated words and diagrams collapsing and reforming in the formation. The formation had begun to deduce the secrets of the three-dimensional seal. Luo Fan fused his thoughts with the entire formation and carefully examined the entire deduction process, observing every step of the deduction. In the process of this deduction, he also constantly understood the mysteries of this huge three-dimensional charm. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. After spending so much time on the boring and complicated deduction process, the result was finally out. Moreover, the result was better than Luo Fan had expected. Through this deduction, not only did he obtain the Pangu Chaotic Heavenly Pupils, right part, which was within his expectations, but he also obtained the Pangu Chaotic Heavenly Pupils. After half a year of deduction, another cultivation technique was thrown out from the earth, immortal heavenly escape formation. Divine wood osmanthus flower technique. This was another incantation that the Earth Immortal's heavenly escape formation deduced from this huge three-dimensional talisman. Why would such a magic art appear? Luo Fan carefully examined this magic art, and his heart was filled with doubts. This technique was deduced from this enormous three-dimensional talisman, so it was naturally profound and complicated to the extreme. However, this was also a magic art that Luo Fan had never seen or even thought of. It was a magic art that condensed a wonderful divine wood in a cultivator's body to replace the cultivator's body. If a cultivator practiced this magic art, he had to condense a bit of lunar essence in his body, combine it with his own vitality and origin of life, and constantly nourish and strengthen this bit of combination. In the end, through countless profound changes, this bit of combination would grow into an osmanthus flower tree with the nature of the primordial divine wood, replacing the cultivator's original body and becoming his new body. This was also a wonderful method to change the cultivator's physique and let the cultivator return from the acquired to the primordial. However, the growth of this osmanthus flower tree was extremely difficult. He was afraid that it would take at least tens of thousands of yuan hui from the seed to the final growth, although he knew that it had infinite power. However, at this time, Luo Fan couldn't deduce the power of this osmanthus flower divine just by looking at this cultivation technique, so he didn't know if it was worth it to spend tens of thousands of yuan hui to obtain such a body. Well, I'll keep it. Maybe it will be of great use in the future. Luo Fan looked at it for a long time. He didn't know why he was able to deduce this seemingly unrelated magic art from this three-dimensional talisman. He could only store it in his memory and arrange it in the future. After dealing with this incantation, he raised his hand and waved it gently. The Earth Immortal Heavenly Escape Formation, which had been running for half a year and had consumed a large portion of the power contained in his body, dissipated with a loud bang. It turned back into a stream of power composed of 388,800 three-dimensional talismans and returned to his body. It circulated rapidly, expelling the coldness that had infected him for half a year and the mysterious force that had restricted him for half a year. Then, he gently pointed with his right hand, and a bit of spiritual light rushed out of his hand. It quickly absorbed and condensed the endless lunar essence around him, and finally turned into a piece of silk. On this silk, there were hundreds of thousands of complicated words and thousands of mysterious and complicated diagrams. This was the Pengu chaotic heavenly pupil, right part, that Luo Fan had been searching for a long time. Similar to the left chapter, this cultivation technique was also quite profound. Just these words, which did not contain any power, already possessed a very profound power. They contained some kind of strange power that repelled the surrounding lunar essence, causing the area around the silk to form a vacuum of several dozen feet. Looking at this complicated cultivation technique that was no less than the left part, but was completely different from the left part, and had the same profound and mysterious cultivation technique, Luo Fan let out a long breath. His face showed an expression of both expectation and satisfaction. To practice this cultivation technique, an extremely large amount of lunar essence was needed. Therefore, even if he could comprehend the method of transforming chaotic yuan qi into lunar essence from the mystery of the talisman, no matter where he practiced, it would not be as good as practicing in the center of the moon. Well aware of this, Luo Fan naturally wouldn't change the place to practice. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the silk that recorded this cultivation technique in his memory. The mantra of the Pengu chaotic heavenly pupils, right chapter, flowed through his mind, and the magic power in his body began to slowly circulate according to the complicated circulation route of this cultivation method. It was so complicated that it almost made one collapse. As he circulated the cultivation technique, in an instant, an unimaginable suction force appeared out of thin air, constantly tearing and attracting the endless lunar essence around him. In a breath's time, an increasingly large whirlpool gradually appeared around Luo Fan's body. The range of this whirlpool became larger and larger, and its influence became wider and wider. After the endless lunar essence surged into Luo Fan's body, it was instantly twisted and broken by his magic power, turning into extremely pure power. Through the mysterious path, it continuously surged into his right eye. A wonderful feeling, similar to when he was cultivating the left chapter, once again appeared in his heart. His right eye seemed to have turned into a huge black hole, crazily swallowing all the moonlight that gushed into it after being minced and shattered. The power that was enough to make any body explode did not cause any discomfort to his right eye at all. Instead, his right eye seemed to be gradually recovering, as if it was being activated. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, nearly 49 years had passed. Although he already had the experience of practicing the golden pupil of the great sun once, the time spent on practicing his right eye did not decrease. Because of this, instead, because the right eye and the left eye were two completely different systems, and because the principles were completely different, when he practiced his right eye, he would always be disturbed by his left eye. As a result, the practice of his right eye became even slower, and it took him a total of 49 years to finish. On this day, when Luo Fan sent the last bit of lunar essence into his right eye, a very strange feeling appeared in his heart. In an instant, he understood that the first layer of the Pengu chaotic heavenly pupils, right part, had been mastered. Slowly opening his eyes, a faint silver light flashed in the depths of his right eye. As this silver light flashed, a faint golden light appeared in his left eye. The golden light and silver light flashed in the depths of his two pupils, but it did not make him look the slightest bit strange. Instead, it made him look incomparably harmonious, as if a real eye should be this gold and silver. Bright moon silver pupils, Luo Fan muttered in his heart. This Pengu chaotic heavenly pupils, right part, was also divided into 4 layers. The current Luo Fan could only master the first layer, the bright moon silver pupils. However, the power of the bright moon silver pupils was rather obscure and hard to predict. Even with the experience of practicing the golden pupil of the great sun, Luo Fan did not really know the specific power of the bright moon silver pupils. He only knew that the bright moon silver pupils was not as powerful as the golden pupil of the great sun. Even so, the combination of the silver pupil and the golden pupil produced a very special effect. Just like that, he looked at the three-dimensional seal line in front of him. The structure of this energy line automatically appeared in his mind, and the essence of this energy line appeared. There were even scenes of this energy line from an unknown time ago, or an unknown time in the future, flashing through his mind. These scenes only flashed by and disappeared in the blink of an eye, but it made Luo Fan look forward to the future of the Pengu chaotic heavenly pupils even more. In the center of this moon, the lunar essence was extremely rich. These 49 years of cultivation not only allowed Luo Fan to master the bright moon silver pupils, but also allowed him to replenish the energy that he had consumed when deducing the incantation in his body. At this moment, the magical power in Luo Fan's body was full, and he had already recovered to his peak state. Chapter 142. The Great Changes of Heaven and Earth. The purple cord jellyfish looking at the great changes brought to him by this huge three-dimensional seal, Luo Fan was very happy. As a matter of fact, Luo Fan did not feel that he could not accept the huge changes that this three-dimensional talisman would bring to him, nor did he feel that it was unimaginable. He had never thought that his mastery of this three-dimensional talisman had reached the point of exhaustion of all its mysteries. At this time, looking at this three-dimensional seal, he could feel a feeling that he had never felt before, which meant that his understanding of this three-dimensional seal had deepened compared to before, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Golden light and silver light flickered in the depths of his left and right pupils. Luo Fan quietly sensed the countless information revealed by the three-dimensional talisman in front of him, feeling the changes that the entire three-dimensional talisman seemed to have come alive. After looking for a long time, although he didn't get any real magic arts or cultivation methods, his mind seemed to conform to some very mysterious rules, and he felt that he had gained a lot. After a long time, the feeling of this three-dimensional seal coming to life gradually faded. Luo Fan sighed in his heart, knowing that the golden eyes of the great sun and the silver eyes of the bright moon were still not mature enough, and what he saw was still only the tip of the iceberg, and it would be difficult to gain anything if he continued to look. With a thought, the purple-yellow light of the Wuji Palace of the Void wrapped him up and rushed up. He didn't choose the cave he entered from, but rushed up randomly, directly through the solid ground formed by the essence of the moon and moon. With the silver eyes of the bright moon, he could see through the real structure of the ground, and the tough and hard ground could no longer be an obstacle to him. He seemed to be flying in the void, shuttling through the ground at a high speed, like a swimming fish, and his speed was not much slower than flying in the void. After a while, he passed through the ground 1,080,000 miles and rushed straight out of the moon. Floating 100 miles above the surface of the moon, he observed the moon with the help of the golden eyes of the silver eyes. At this time, he found that although the moon was not as full of vitality as the surface of the sun, it was not really without vitality. On the contrary, the whole moon was like a huge creature, containing endless vitality. If it was in the past, Luo Fan would have thought of searching the moon from the inside out to find the source of this vitality. However, after the change in his state of mind, he already knew that it was already difficult for him to obtain so many benefits from the Tao on the moon. This moon wasn't his fortuitous encounter in the first place, so if he continued to push his luck, it would be as bad as going too far, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Therefore, although Luo Fan saw some clues, he did not hesitate to turn into a long rainbow and charge straight in the direction of the primordial world. At this time, Luo Fan had not completely mastered the bright moon's silver pupil, so he did not know what kind of power it had. However, after the golden and silver pupils were formed, Luo Fan could see several times more than before. It was just like what an ordinary person saw with his left eye and what he saw with his right eye. If they were separated, there would only be a slight difference in angle. However, when the two were combined, he could see a vivid three-dimensional world, and the information he obtained increased by many times. At this moment, when he looked at the endless starry sky with the pair of golden and silver pupils, he could already faintly see some of the profound mysteries of the endless starry sky. These mysteries allowed him to directly discover the location of the primordial world without using the various senses he had left behind in the primordial world. Therefore, at this time, he turned into a long rainbow without hesitation and headed towards the primordial world without any deviation. After a short while, the long rainbow that Luo Fan had transformed into broke through an invisible barrier, instantly rushed out of the endless starry sky and entered the primordial world. Stopping at the 9th level of the astral wind, lightning, and fire layer, Luo Fan suddenly felt as if he had been in a dream and had only woken up now. Within his line of sight, the entire world and everything had undergone a huge change. An incomparably vivid and abstruse world was imprinted in his eyes and entered his mind, giving him a profound feeling of enlightenment. The cloud-like life that occasionally slid past, the surrounding astral wind, lightning, and fire layer, the void filled with connate origin chi, chaotic origin chi, and evil chi. All of this, in his eyes, was vastly different from before. It had become more complicated and profound. Countless information about all the matter he saw flowed into his mind and was constantly understood by him. Almost at every moment, he felt that his understanding of the world was deepening. Could this be the evidence that the primordial world is evolving? Luo Fan suddenly noticed a mysterious existence that could not be described with words, and could not help but be secretly surprised. This mysterious existence that could not be described with words caused the void of the entire primordial world to slowly unfold like a ball of paper. It caused the endless origin chi that filled the void to constantly evolve and change its nature. The endless chaotic origin chi gradually evolved into connate origin chi, evil chi, endless astral wind, lightning and fire layer, and endless grass and wood essence. Among them, there were also countless new and indescribable substances that constantly burst forth and disappeared into the void along with some mysterious and unfathomable mechanism. Roar! Get out of my territory! A loud roar suddenly rang out, and at the same time, an extremely domineering thought rushed over and conveyed such a thought, causing Luo Fan to wake up from the mysterious state of sensing. Then, a powerful aura fiercely shrouded Luo Fan. It was as if the vast void around his body was producing a strong repulsive force against him, putting great pressure on him. Luo Fan raised his eyes to look at the place where the thought came from, and saw that in front of him there was a jellyfish-like purple life that was tens of thousands of feet in circumference pouncing towards him. The moment he saw the cloud-shaped life form, the golden pupil in his left eye and the silver pupil in his right eye displayed all the information about the cloud-shaped life form in his eyes. The information quickly surged into his mind, allowing him to instantly understand the essence of this cloud-shaped life form. After understanding its nature, Luo Fan frowned slightly and raised his right hand slightly, drawing a trajectory that contained some supreme martial arts principle and grabbing towards the jellyfish. The jellyfish suddenly paused, and the super-strong aura that enveloped Luo Fan completely dissipated in an instant. Moreover, something was grabbed out of nowhere. Then, the huge jellyfish suddenly melted and shattered like a pile of sand, turning into wisps of water, fire, and heavenly thunder. It gradually lost its original form and kept spreading in all directions. After a while, it turned into a puff of smoke and sank into the bottom layer of the astral wind, thunder, and fire layer. Luo Fan raised his hand and waved gently, and the thing that was grabbed out of the jellyfish fell into his hand. It was quite heavy in his hand, as if it weighed tens of thousands of pounds. There were also wisps of heavenly thunder wrapped around its surface. It was a purple pill the size of a fist. This purple pill was formed by an extremely pure spiritual sense combined with the essence of water, fire, and heavenly thunder. The energy it contained was vast and boundless, vigorous and unpredictable. Within it, there was a powerful spiritual sense that was constantly rolling. The wisps of heavenly lightning surrounding the pill were produced by the rolling of this spiritual sense. It actually comprehended the cultivation method of condensing consciousness into a pill. If I give it a little more time, won't it condense into a primordial spirit? Luo Fan's golden pupils and silver pupils covered this pill. Countless information flashed, and in an instant, he knew its essence. He even knew how to cultivate this pill and the cultivation method used to cultivate it. Every living creature in the world had the instinct to pursue progress and sublimation. In this astral wind, thunder, and fire layer, every layer had its own characteristics. At this ninth layer, the strange life formed by the astral wind, thunder, and fire was complex enough to produce a relatively complete spiritual sense. Therefore, this kind of strange life form also had this kind of instinct. And this jellyfish just now was obviously walking the path of refining spiritual sense, condensing spiritual sense, and transforming it into a primordial spirit. If this purple pill was cultivated to its limit and transformed, the pill would shatter, and the primordial spirit would condense, and it would become a real living creature. At that time, its spiritual sense would have a qualitative improvement, and the strength it could exert would also increase by leaps and bounds. Although this method was far from the primordial spirit great path, it also had a high chance of success. Everything in the world has its own Tao, and everything in the world has its own reason. Seeing the nature of this pill, Luo Fan suddenly had an epiphany. The earthly immortal's fruit of the way that condensed in his lower abdomen shook slightly. As it breathed in and out, it seemed to expand a little. Obviously, because of this epiphany, there was a slight improvement in his Tao. Great immortal, spare me. Great immortal, spare me. The thought that was tumbling in the purple pill was very realistic. It knew that Luo Fan was not something it could fight against, so it didn't dare to be domineering and directly transmitted the thought of begging for mercy. Luo Fan was not a soft-hearted person, but he was also not a bloodthirsty person. Although he broke away from that mysterious state of enlightenment, because of this jellyfish-like life, he did not have any real hatred. Seeing that it was begging for mercy, he said, "You attacked me. Originally, I should have destroyed your body and soul to show my majesty. But seeing that it is not easy for you to cultivate, if you surrender to me, I can spare your life. If you perform well in the future, maybe I can teach you the Tao and help you cultivate the supreme Tao of eternal life." His words naturally contain a bit of thought. Therefore, although the spiritual sense did not understand the human language, it could still understand the content of what he said. "I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender." Once the spiritual sense heard it, it did not hesitate to transmit this thought. Luo Fan nodded and raised his hand. In the void, countless water, fire, and heavenly lightning condensed and wrapped around the purple pill. He raised his hand and waved. The tens of thousands of three-dimensional talismans condensed by the Hercules summoning method were instantly thrown into the ball of water, fire, and heavenly lightning. They entangled, collapsed, and reformed, gradually forming an extremely mysterious and complicated restriction. This large ball of water, fire, and heavenly lightning also condensed into the body of a very simple and honest man. Chapter 143. The body of a magic tool. The spiritual root white pop with a body that Luo Fan condensed with the heavenly thunder of water, fire, and heavenly thunder was worlds apart from the original body of the jellyfish in terms of strength and energy. There was almost no comparison. However, this body was condensed by Luo Fan according to the innate Taoism body. It was the most suitable physique for cultivation. The condensation of primordial qi and its compatibility with primordial qi were not comparable to his original jellyfish body. Moreover, because Luo Fan refined this body according to the method of refining the yellow turban warrior, it was a magic tool body. Therefore, this body also had the characteristics of the yellow turban warrior. The most obvious trait was that he was able to ceaselessly increase the number of restrictions within his body through cultivation, and in the end, he would be able to make this body become a magic treasure. At that time, its might would at least be close to someone that had attained the earthly immortal Tao fruit. However, if he wanted to condense the body into a magic tool only by increasing the restrictions, it would be extremely difficult. Whether it was the process of becoming a magic tool or the cultivation after becoming a magic tool, it would be extremely difficult, and the progress would be extremely slow. It would require the integration of infinite external things to achieve real progress. This was inevitable. After all, how could one achieve true transcendence without understanding the Great Way? Because this strand of spiritual sense seemed to be Luo Fan's enemy before, he had left behind a little contingency or restriction when he was refining this body. That was, he had left behind a little bit of his will in it. This bit of will made this Dharma artifact body, in reality, an Dharma artifact of his. Even if this spiritual consciousness could eventually become a magic tool in the future, it would still be his magic tool. The moment this spiritual consciousness entered this body, it felt that this body was different from his previous body. An unimaginable, mysterious feeling surged in his heart. It was as if he had suddenly come back to life. Compared to the feeling of having this body, the jellyfish body he had been in before was like a broken skin bag, a piece of armor. He even doubted whether he could endure being in that body for such a long time. The knowledge of this spiritual sense was very shallow, so it naturally could not see the drawbacks. In just an instant, he completely threw away his previous dissatisfaction and wholeheartedly admired Luo Fan. Although he was already the highest level living being on the 9th level of the astral wind lightning fire level, which was enough to occupy an incomparably vast territory, he was also the life form on this level with the most complete spiritual sense. However, his spiritual sense was far from reaching the level of perfection. What he showed on the surface was that he was a little stupid or a little single-celled on the spot. The spiritual consciousness controlled its body and knelt down in the void, shouting, "Great immortals, great kindness. Water and fire will never forget it." After obtaining this body that mimicked the Khanate Taoism aptitude, he learned to speak almost without a teacher. When Luo Fan heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly dumbfounded by this spiritual sense's forgetfulness. However, he also knew that this spiritual sense was still at the instinctive stage. Its mind was still very simple, so he didn't bother to bicker with it. He said, "Get up. Someone will arrange something for you later. You need to do it seriously." "Yes, sir." The water and fire smiled foolishly. Luo Fan raised his hand and pointed. The purplish-yellow light of the Wuji Palace suddenly swallowed the water and fire into the minor kiliocosm inside. Then, Luo Fan's mind moved slightly, and the Wuji boy came forward and led the water and fire to Dang Lin Ju Ding Palace. Together with the yellow turban warriors, they sat down to maintain the Dang Lin Ju Ding Palace, of course. During this process, the water and fire also had many opportunities to absorb the chaotic qi in the minor kiliocosm to refine itself, increase the number of restrictions, refine the purple Dan, and condense the primordial spirit. This experience, compared to the astral wind, lightning, fire level's 9th level, was not necessarily worse. Maybe this trick can bring me a magic treasure in the future. Luo Fan smiled slightly and no longer cared about the water and fire. Just now, his comprehension was interrupted. At this time, he didn't have the feeling of entering the mysterious state of comprehension. He couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that it was a pity. But he didn't care too much about it. As long as his cultivation realm reached a certain level, this kind of feeling would always appear. He calmed his state of mind, and with a thought, the Wuji Palace rushed down with his figure. In a short while, it had already brought him out of the astral wind lightning fire level. In fact, through the mysterious state of perception, Luo Fan had already found out a little bit of the power of the bright moon silver eyes. This bright moon silver eyes seemed to not only be able to change the vision, but also contain some kind of mysterious, invisible power. It could control the primordial qi, control space, and even participate in attack and defense. However, because it was only the beginning, he couldn't know the specific power of this power. He could only leave it for the future to slowly explore and experiment. But this was not urgent. Looking around, the vast and lofty, untainted land was reflected in his eyes. Countless information flowed through his mind. Almost every moment, he was feeling the mystery of this untainted land. This kind of new feeling made him slightly uncomfortable. After a while, he got used to this feeling a little bit. With a slight thought, he contacted boy Ji Fong, who was far away, through the mysterious connection in the unseen world. Through Ji Fong boy's memory, he had already incorporated the experience of Luo Fu and his family of 3 in the past decades into his mind. In the past 49 years, Luo Fu and his family of 3 had been rushing and were no longer as leisurely as they were decades ago. Now, they had crossed a distance of nearly 100 million miles and arrived at the place where the spiritual root of chaos was originally pointed out by Luo Fan. However, at this time, the family of 3 was stumped by the location of the spiritual root of chaos. They could only build a hut and live in it, facing the valley that was surrounded by a natural formation, which was where the spiritual root of chaos was located. Since Luo Fan's advice last time, Luo Fu and Guangpu knew that they were no longer as relaxed as before, and they had responsibilities. Cultivation was no longer just for themselves, and they dared not slack off. During the past 49 years, they had cultivated wholeheartedly and pursued the Tao. Although they had not broken through their original realm, they had greatly improved compared to 49 years ago. Among them, Luo Fu's cultivation was lower, so his improvement was naturally greater. It only took him 49 years to double the energy content in his body, and his realm of cultivation was also slightly improved. Guangpu's cultivation was higher, so it took her a longer time to cultivate. During the 49 years, she only stabilized her current realm and made the constantly transforming energy in her body more condensed. When Luo Fan contacted Jifeng Boy, Luo Fu and Guangpu were concentrating on the natural formation in front of them. Both of them frowned, and the power in their bodies surged. Obviously, they were deducing the mysteries of the natural formation. Bao, who was already named Luo Chunyang, was carefree. She looked like she was 8 or 9 years old, and she was having a lot of fun with the instrument that Luo Fan gave her. Seeing them like this, Luo Fan shook his head slightly. The Wuji Void Palace wrapped around his body, and with a sudden shake, he turned into a purplish-yellow light and shot towards where they were. In the blink of an eye, only tens of thousands of long afterimages were left in the air, and he disappeared. With the increase of the Wuji Void Palace's speed, only half a day later, Luo Fan crossed a distance of hundreds of millions of miles and arrived at the valley. The formation that wrapped around the valley was naturally formed, just like the innate gods. It was a natural existence and naturally contained countless mysteries. However, this could not stop Luo Fan. Especially more than a period ago, before this natural formation was completely formed, Luo Fan, as a Pai Xiao, had already walked through this formation and knew the nature of this natural formation. Therefore, when he came to the top of this formation, Luo Fan did not stop. The great sun golden eyes and the bright moon silver eyes moved, and through the route in his memory, he had already seen through this natural formation and found a safe path to enter it. He directly rushed towards that path and rushed into the formation. At the same time, the great sun golden eyes and the bright moon silver eyes directly displayed the mysteries of this formation in his mind, so that Luo Fan could directly set up this formation. This formation can actually turn the chaotic qi into a confusing barrier, which is extraordinary. Luo Fan understood the mysteries of this formation and secretly praised in his heart. This valley had a circumference of 100 miles. In this untainted world, no matter how one looked at it, it could only be considered as extremely small. However, the chaotic qi contained in it was extremely rich, forming a gray mist that accumulated on the ground of this valley, making the entire valley look like a fantasy fairyland. Turning his eyes, Luo Fan had already seen the entire valley clearly. He saw that in the center of the gray mist, there was a small poplar-like tree that was hundreds of feet tall, sticking out of the mist. This was the chaotic spiritual root. This poplar-like chaotic spiritual root was very extraordinary and contained extremely rich vitality. The energy aura that it exuded was thousands of times stronger than that of Guangpu's body. This energy, constantly fluctuating, revealed an extremely mysterious mystery, as if it was evolving the great Tao of heaven and earth. As the chaotic qi in the valley fluctuated, it stirred the countless branches and leaves of this poplar, producing a kind of inaudible heavenly sound, as if it was narrating some kind of Tao, as if it was singing some kind of soul-stirring music, and as if millions of immortals, gods, and Buddhas were singing in the Sanskrit. Luo Fan already had the ability to see through the origin. With just one look, he knew that a very strange circle had formed around this chaotic spiritual root. Within this area, the chaotic qi seemed extremely active, almost like a living thing, as if it had been given some kind of spiritual opportunity. Chapter 144. Another test, an unexpected invitation. Luo Fan originally knew that this chaotic spiritual root was extraordinary, so he pointed Guangpu to come here so that she could refine it and obtain great benefits. However, now that he saw this chaotic spiritual root again, he realized that he seemed to have underestimated it before. In the past, when he was still a Pishio, he had seen this chaotic spiritual root. However, even though there was a natural formation in the valley, it was very simple and crude. Even a muddle-headed being like him couldn't stop it. All he could do was gather a large amount of chaos energy to nourish this poplar-shaped chaos spiritual root in the valley. The reason why he left was that he instinctively found that he could not compete with the chaotic spiritual root here at all. The chaotic spiritual chi that he could absorb was very little. At that time, although the poplar was a little mysterious, its momentum could not reach this level at all. It seemed that it was only slightly better than the Piccio. However, he didn't expect that after a period of development, and with the help of the surrounding natural formations, this chaotic spiritual root would actually grow to such a profound state. Only then did he realize that this chaotic spiritual root's innate aptitude had already reached an inconceivable level. He could not help but feel pity for this chaotic spiritual root's spiritual consciousness dissipated early for unknown reasons. No matter what kind of chaotic spiritual root it was, its predecessor was an innate god. However, when these innate gods were born, due to some unknown defect, their spiritual consciousness could not really condense in the end. Therefore, they could not become real innate gods and became chaotic spiritual roots. Although this natural formation was mysterious and unpredictable, contained countless mysteries, and was even more difficult to break through. However, Luo Fan knew that if Guangpu were to study it diligently, he would only need to spend a few years to study it thoroughly. At that time, not only would she be able to break through this formation and enter the valley, she would also be able to obtain immeasurable benefits in the process. One should know that this natural formation appeared together with this chaotic spiritual root. It had unimaginable benefits for the growth of the chaotic spiritual root. Naturally, it also had endless benefits for the plant origin innate god. If Guangpu could comprehend the secret of this natural formation and use it on herself, the benefits to her growth would be beyond imagination. If you can break through this formation, then my guidance won't be in vain, Luo Fan said to himself. With that thought in mind, he raised his hand and pointed. A mysterious light rushed out from his hand and crazily absorbed the chaotic energy in the surroundings. It condensed, compressed, and grew bigger. In the end, it turned into a spirit talisman that was constantly changing. It rushed into the chaotic spiritual root and disappeared into the chaotic spiritual root. This bit of light contained a bit of will and a bit of memory. If Guangpu absorbed this poplar-shaped chaos spiritual root into her body, this tiny bit of consciousness would burst out, and in the form of comprehension, it would let Guangpu feel that she was in the moon. Among them, another bit of memory contained the method and route to the moon from here. It was enough for anyone who could break through the gangwind, thunder, and fire layer to reach the moon easily. With this chaotic spiritual root, breaking through the gangwind, thunder, and fire layer won't be a problem. With the guidance of memory, finding the path in the endless starry sky and reaching the moon won't be a problem. It all depends on whether you can break through the shackles of familial love. Luo Fan thought to himself and set up another comprehension of Guangpu's consciousness. Breaking through the shackles of familial love didn't mean cutting off these two kinds of emotions. Instead, it was to break through the shackles of these two kinds of emotions. She had to see her heart clearly and see what was her real desire. Originally, after Guangpu passed the 12 tests, Luo Fan was already very satisfied with Guangpu's pursuit of Tao. He thought that Guangpu's pursuit of Tao was very firm. Even if it wasn't as firm as Hongjuan's, it was enough to bear the burden of eternal life. However, he didn't expect that after Guangpu and Luo Fu had feelings for each other, there would be such a huge change in her heart. Her pursuit of Tao was no longer as firm as before. Instead, it seemed to be satisfied with the relationship between a man and a woman. This made him doubt Guangpu's determination, and he was even a little disappointed. Therefore, he took this opportunity to set up such a test. If Guangpu couldn't pass his test and couldn't break the shackles of familial love, then Luo Fan would probably have to change his attitude towards Guangpu in the future. Just when Luo Fan had just set up a hidden test, Zhifeng Boy suddenly didn't hear Luo Fan's call. He directly turned into a silver light and followed the connection between him and Luo Fan, penetrating the natural formation. As he fell and condensed, he condensed in front of Luo Fan. After forming, he bowed down and said, "Master, there's a rune here. It was sent by an innate god more than 10 years ago. He wanted me to pass it to you." Luo Fan was slightly surprised and said, "What rune is it? Let me see." Hearing this, Jifeng Boy patted the void in front of him with his right hand, and a blue strange existence was patted out from his hand. It was constantly changing in the void, floating up and down. Luo Fan used the great sun golden pupil and bright moon silver pupil to see through this strange existence. He knew that it was a very strange rune. Its structure was very subtle and profound, and its power essence was also quite extraordinary. It was condensed by the innate water essence with chaotic characteristics. After this green rune left Jifeng Boy's body, it flashed a few times and suddenly exploded. It then transformed into a blue cloud of connate water essence, and after tumbling for a while, it suddenly condensed into a strange old face that filled the surrounding area. Fellow Taoist, since you can refine such a strange thing, you must have made some achievements on the Tao path. I am not talented, but I believe I have some understanding on the Tao path. I would like to meet with you to discuss Tao and pursue the Tao together. I hope you won't give up. The voice of this strange old face was also quite old. It seemed to be full of vicissitudes of life. Its tone was gentle and contained great majesty, which made people who heard it feel enlightened. After the strange face finished speaking, it suddenly scattered and condensed again, turning into a scroll with a circumference of 10 feet. On it were thousands of mysterious and complicated characters created by Pangu and dozens of complicated patterns. It recorded a mysterious position in the center of a river somewhere in the untainted land. As soon as Luo Fan saw this scroll, he recognized the position recorded on the scroll. It was the position of one of the 18 innate gods in his memory. Since the appearance of this strange old face, Luo Fan's great sun golden pupil and bright moon's silver pupil kept flashing, and instantly saw the nature of this strange face. In fact, this strange face was formed by absorbing and condensing the innate water essence with a little thought. It did not have any attack power, but it could leave behind images and sounds. Although this method was not very profound, it was not something an ordinary innate god could do. It required a pure and condensed thought to be able to do it. Among them, Luo Fan could even see another kind of cultivation method. Its mysteriousness and profoundness seemed to be not inferior to Fention's primordial spirit. Luo Fan could find the 18 innate gods that Guang Pu and Luo Fu might have encountered along the way from Buzhou Mountain to this place, in the memories of the Pai Xiao. In these memories, these innate gods were at most as muddle-headed as the Pai Xiao. There were even many who only had instincts and did not even have the ability to think. For innate gods in their state, it was already a great opportunity for them to be able to develop to the level of Guang Pu in a period of time. It was also based on this understanding that Luo Fan had set up such a route to let Guang Pu and Luo Fu come to collect the chaotic spiritual root. However, he did not expect that apart from the innate god in the valley decades ago, there was actually another innate god whose growth was far beyond his expectations. This made him feel a little strange, but at the same time he was very interested. I did not expect that there would be another innate god who could grow beyond my expectations. I think he must have had a fortuitous encounter, and I should meet him. Maybe I can benefit from it. With this thought in mind, he raised his hand, and the scroll that was condensed by the innate water essence fell into his hand. Through the great sun golden eyes and the bright moon silver eyes, he had long discovered that this scroll was not simple. In addition to showing the location, it also had a kind of identity verification function, which was equivalent to an invitation. Raising his hand and putting the scroll into the sleeve universe, Luo Fan said to Jifeng Boy, "You continue to stay and protect Luo Fu and his family. Don't let them die." "Yes, sir." Jifeng Boy had no self-consciousness, so he did not object, but directly bowed and agreed. Then, he suddenly turned around and turned into a silver light again. He rushed out of the natural battle array along the way he came, and hid in the void not far from Luo Fu and his family. He was like a seal that suppressed the void, stable as a weld. He was also like a god with an extremely strong protection, majestic and awe-inspiring. Seeing this, Luo Fan smiled slightly. He turned into a long rainbow and rushed out, passing through the natural battle array in the blink of an eye. Then, He turned again and rushed straight to the big river, which was where the innate god was. The location of the big river was about 60 million miles away from here. It was a river that was more than 600 miles wide, thousands of miles deep, and nearly 9 million miles long. The location marked on the scroll was at the bottom of the river somewhere in the middle of the river. Luo Fan turned into a long rainbow and flew at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, he stopped and landed on the peak of a small mountain next to the river. In front of them was a river that stretched as far as the eye could see. The water was both calm and turbulent, and there was a certain kind of balance in the contradiction. The sound of the water was like 10,000 horses galloping, and the waves reflected the sunlight. The scene was magnificent, and it made one's mind open up. Standing next to the surging river, Luo Fan carefully felt the mysteries of the river. After a while, he said indifferently, "Luo Fan came here by invitation, and I hope you can come out and meet me." His voice was clear, and it spread far and wide. It could be clearly heard within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles. No matter how far it was like a soft call in the ear.